Helmsley here alongside Greg Burgess. It's the kickoff hour. It's the Rick and Bubba show. We just kick things off, get ready for the guys. Rick and Bubba come in. We'll take you for the next 5 hours if you're willing. We'll take any way we can get you. Watching on YouTube. Hey there. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, however you may be watching. We'll take you listening, and yes, tune in is back up, so welcome in there. I don't even remember what happened yesterday with the show.
I think Facebook knocked in.
Yeah, so glad that's back up and running. And, of course, you could be listening on one of the greatest radio stations, radio affiliates that this country provides the show. So thank you. We'll take the vaccinated, the unvaccinated. We'll take all of you. So come on, join the party. Greg, how are you, sir?
I'm good. It's early. I'm fired up. Can't you tell?
We're down a man again today, and Speedy is out. He is with his father, and they are going to a doctor's appointment together, and we're praying for them. Hope everything goes well with that doc visit today, and so Speedy will be back tomorrow, and then we'll be a team for a couple days, and then I'm gonna get on the road, take a little trip.
Get a little vacation.
Yeah, get a little vacay.
How about
with
that?
The family. Kids are on fall break. You know, they didn't do fall break when I was.
No, we didn't.
In school.
And now, if you play sports or in the band, you don't get fall break because it ain't like they don't play ball games.
No, you're right. You're right.
And you got to practice every day.
Mine are spring sports, so I don't have to worry about all that.
Yeah.
So we'll be. We'll
we never. I don't get the fall break.
I don't either.
We never had that
because they still get off for Thanksgiving and they still get off for Christmas.
Well, we also started. I'm older than you. We started after September. It would be in September before we went. So they start so early now.
I would rather us do that. I would rather us wait and start in September
instead of having the fall break.
Yeah, I would.
Because, like I said, if you're involved in stuff, you can't go anywhere. Of course, I mean, just because you're on a break don't mean you have to go somewhere.
No, you're right. And Greg, I've pushed for that at my house. Yeah. But we're going to go somewhere. We're actually going to take the new dog with us. So we're going to be those people now.
Oh, the traveling dog.
We're going to travel with a dog.
Have you done a lot of traveling with it? Does he ride pretty good, you think?
Yeah, now she does like now little rambunctious with hanging head out the window. Like you got to really hold on to her.
Yeah, that's kind of scary.
But yeah, we're venturing off in that.
Neither of my dogs like riding in the car. They don't like it. Buddy, actually, when I took him to the doctor last time, I told this, you talking about head, he rolled the window down. And I thought, because he don't like being in there, I thought he's supposed to jump out while I'm driving down the road. Obviously, he didn't mean to, but all of a sudden I heard air, and I looked, and the window's going down. He had hit it. And I thought he was fixing the bell. So I rolled up and caught his head in it. He backed out. But mine don't ride well at all. Couldn't take him on a trip if I wanted to.
Watched I couldn't either. I tried to watch a little bit of Monday Night Football last night, but we kept having lightning delays in an indoor facility. I couldn't figure that out.
See, I got to watching that, and I think John Gruden felt the same way because he was like, we're in a dome.
Yeah.
I know it's a dome, and it's kind of like a pavilion, but can lightning go sideways like that? I mean, I'm not. But here's the deal. They didn't make the people in the stands leave.
No. Well, they actually
and the sports reporters were still on the field.
Yes.
The people covering the game were down there talking. Oh, Susie Kobler and whoever. I can't remember who I was down there.
Steve Young was down there, and he was like, evidently they don't care about us because we're still standing in the middle of the field.
That was the weirdest thing I've ever seen.
Yeah.
I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but maybe I'm not looking at the design right on that place, but I don't think lightning was going to get in there.
Yeah, and after it wasn't near as long. I don't think the delay was near as long as they thought it was going to be.
At one time, they announced they were going to start up like it's supposed to start at 7, like 7:55 or something.
And that's where I left for a little bit. I got into this documentary on HBO. It's new, called The Way Down.
The Way
Down.
And
it is about, and I didn't know this was going on, just merely a couple hours from here.
Yeah.
And outside of Nashville, Tennessee, Brentwood. This church, Remnant Fellowship, which is essentially a cult, and it's about weight loss, and it was disturbing.
I'm at church, but I'm also on a certain church diet. Is that what you're saying?
So this lady,
exercise,
Gwen Shamlin. All right, so it starts off, and I don't want to spoil it for those of you that'll watch it. It is interesting; it's worth the watch. HBO Max. It's called The Way Down. She is this. I don't know enough about her, and I was in and out, but she was this diet guru.
Yeah,
and it was essentially portion control is all it was.
Yeah,
but she turned that into this religious cult and made everything about this church about that.
Yeah,
and made a killing doing it.
So people,
and there were even people. Of course, you get to see interviews from people that are that were members of the church that are still part of the church. It's quite something. Now, she died in a plane crash with her second husband, who was the actor that played Tarzan, Joe Lara.
I think I remember when that happened.
Evidently
it hadn't been that long ago.
The plane went down right after it took off in Smyrna, and there was, I don't know, six or seven people on the plane. Obviously, all perished, and the church is still going on today. I looked it up last night, but it's quite. If you didn't lose enough weight, you were shamed. They'd run you out of the church.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. It's just one of these stories that's the cult crazy deal, and I didn't know any of this was going on, and again, just hours from our house.
Yeah.
So, the way down.
So everybody in there had a good healthy weight, I guess.
So I was about 3 episodes in on that, and then I started watching a little bit of the football game, and then I went to bed. So I don't even know who Chargers won. I guess
they did.
They got a good.
I didn't
squad.
watch any of it, but the Raiders, weren't they undefeated coming into this?
They were.
And,
they were.
I don't know how the game went. I don't know if it was close or I don't know anything. The Lightning ran me right off.
Yeah, me too.
Because
I figured
once
if they
kicked at 8 o'clock, I said, "Well, I'm getting ready to have to go to sleep."
I figured if they were scared in the dome, I should be scared in my house.
That's true. It could come right through the television. Yeah, I think Gruden,
I didn't understand
what happened when they made them all go back in the locker room. I think
you could even see Steve Young and it was Booger McFarland that was down there too, and they were all confused, like, what is going on here?
Yeah.
If you get put in some situation like that doesn't make sense, you almost think there's something else going on they're not telling you.
I know.
You're
right.
That's immediately what I thought about last night. I thought something else is going on.
I did find it interesting. Steve Young and Booger got to talking about what they would do if they were on the team as a player. And Booger was like, did you see it? He's about being taped up. He said, I'd go and take it all off and start over, put my shorts back on. He said, I can't sit around all taped up and everything ready to play for 30 minutes.
And Steve Young had the exact opposite approach than he did.
He said he'd take his shoulder pads off. That'd be it.
Booger said that's just like a quarterback.
Yeah. Booger said he said tape, everything, and we're going to redo it all.
Yeah.
I said, wow, that's weird.
The trainers love that, I bet.
Oh, sure. You talking about Mr. Personality, Booger McFarland?
I think we ran into him in a bad day, bad timing, and I wish our relationship was better with Booger McFarland.
I'll give you this. We saw him one time for 15 minutes.
And he was a turd. He was a giant turd that day.
But one time for 15 minutes is probably not a good way to judge
It's really not.
But I'm going to keep bringing it up because I do every time his name comes up.
We'll be back. Hang with us. Rick and Bubba Show.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the Rick and Bubba Show. Kickoff hour. Hamza here alongside Greg Burgess. Greg, what on earth did you do yesterday without glorious Facebook for a few hours?
Oh, you know me. It shut me down. I didn't know what to do. I couldn't function because I'm so into it.
It is funny that that people actually got a little dose of reality of what their world would look like without it.
I know. And a lot of people panicked a little bit.
Well, and turns out as they went on through the day, they were more productive.
Yeah.
They paid attention to their kids.
Yeah, they actually said,
their responsibilities.
There's another kid. I forgot I had that one. Yeah. You know.
So yesterday about 10:50 Central Time.
Boy, I tell you, everybody just didn't know what to do.
Facebook, Instagram, and WhatsApp. If you don't know what
is that?
That's
it's
like a communication, like a text communication thread deal. It's just an app for that.
Okay.
So a lot of people use it. I've actually been on some grouped chat stuff with some folks at church and some sports stuff on that.
Buddy
so
boy.
It's all owned by Facebook essentially. I
so
think.
Their whole deal just went
yeah.
out for a little bit.
So from 10:50 until about 5 o'clock last night. And they claim, now it is weird and odd that this all happened the same time the whistleblower came out.
Yeah.
That's strange to me. The timing on that, goodness gracious.
Yeah,
you had 60 Minutes interview Sunday night.
That is weird.
And then all of a sudden we have this big outage. So they claim that it was something, they changed something with the network and it just took everything down. So I'm sorry, if it takes something 5 seconds to mess up, I don't believe it took hours and hours. Something else is going on there.
Well, I know this. It knocked Zuckerberg down a notch. I mean, he fallen by more than $6 billion in a few hours. Now he was worth about $140 billion before it. So I hope he's okay.
So let's talk about that a minute.
Survive this.
So I saw that too. It said Zuckerberg loses at least $7 billion, and CTO offers sincere apologies for network issues. 7-hour global outage. All right. So what have we talked about with big tech? If you want to hurt them, leave them.
Yeah.
Get off their platforms. And because evidently when you leave and they lose things like this outage in merely hours, we're talking about 7-hour outage cost them $1 billion.
Yeah.
Hey, that's with a B.
They're saying between the whistleblower and this thing, it dropping out.
Outage, yeah.
Since the stock plummeting 4.9%. Adding to a drop of about 15 cents mid-September. And now it said the stock slide on Monday sent Zuckerberg's worth down to, $121.6 billion, dropping him below Bill Gates to number 5 on the Bloomberg Billionaires Index. Now he's down from almost $140 billion in just a matter of weeks. So I don't know what he's going to do. He's down to $121.6 billion.
There was a group yesterday.
He's going to have to make some lifestyle changes.
And this ought to be, this ought to be a lesson for all of us. Because you hear all these, let's get big tech, let's get them back.
Yeah,
well,
all you got to do is leave.
Leave. You're first of all, it's not that big. You learned yesterday that you can live without it. Although you probably had some anxiety issues for the first hour.
Oh, there's people that probably just panicked. I'm talking about panic.
There was a company that did a little poll yesterday, started reaching out to people, asking them what they were doing because of the outage. And people reported that they were reading.
Yeah, there you go. Hey, books.
Reconnecting with friends. So Facebook has kept you from that. People actually said that. This was people, hey, I had a chance to reconnect with friends. It took a 7-hour outage for you to reconnect with friends. Think about that.
That is crazy.
Listen to this: cleaning or doing other chores as they were unable to post or scroll through. So they actually got stuff done. They were more productive. I bet our society was more productive yesterday in that 7 hours than they've been in quite some time.
You can take the 7-hour window and you get you a look, and you can learn a lot. You know.
I have dreamed of over the last 5 years of a world without social media.
Yeah.
And so I would like this outage to be like years.
Well, it's like everything else. There was some good to it, and there's some, there's some good things that do come through it, but there's a lot of bad things.
Yeah.
And people can't just moderate on anything.
Well,
we got to ruin everything.
And and I forget her name at Facebook who spoke out, the whistleblower. Who said that they're basically playing off that angry emotion, and that works. It works.
It works. It does. I'm mad. I'm being done wrong. And,
yeah.
I got to have all the information about it. Everybody feels just like me, and then get me fired up. And yeah,
there were also people yesterday that have not been. Twitter was the only one really not affected that is a part. When you think about Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, Twitter was the one that was kind of left alone yesterday. And the people I read, there were so many people that either didn't have a Twitter account and started one yesterday
because they just had to have something.
Now, how sad is that?
That may be the scariest fact from this whole deal.
And some people that have Twitter accounts but hadn't accessed them in forever jumped back on it and posted
just
whatever
for 7 hours.
Hey, can you not
7 hours?
What does that say about you if it has that kind of hold on you? I don't get it. Well, I do get it. I just don't want to. I don't want to live in a world where we are so caught up in ourself that we have to go post here, post there. And there were people that, hey, I've been waiting all day to post this. Here goes. Really?
I truly, and we joke about it, but it does bother me when you're out in public and you look around and everyone's staring down.
Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of creepy.
We've got another story, and we can't really get into it now because we got to go to break. But there is. Now I'm not making this up, and I'll just roughly run by this. Maybe we'll have a chance to talk about it some more. The number of people killed while taking selfies has tripled after the lockdown's been lifted.
So they've cut them loose, and now I've got to stand on the ledge of every gorge.
Yes.
Or bank of a raging river, or whatever we do with all these selfies. That's another thing. And it goes back to what we're talking. It still comes back to social media because I want to be sharp and I want everybody to see how risky I am. And we're dying trying to take a stupid selfie.
24 reported selfie-related fatalities in 2021 compared to 7 in 2020.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba show. It's the kickoff hour. Helmsy here alongside Greg Burgess.
How about today's Rick and Bubba show, sponsored by ReliefFactor.com. You know, you've heard us talk about this outstanding product for several years, but have you gone to ReliefFactor.com to order your new 3-week trial pack for just $19.95? That's right. They've added a week for the same price. It was a 2-week, now it's 3.
Look out.
Listen, Relief Factor, it's all natural, contains just 4 ingredients, and it works. And like I said, you can now get the 3-week supply. You can just try it out, and that's $19.95. Now, if you suffer from aches, pains, or inflammation, check out ReliefFactor.com today, and you can become pain-free. To learn more about Relief Factor or to get your $19.95 Quick Start Pack, visit ReliefFactor.com, or you can also go to RickandBubba.com. That'd be right under the old sponsors page.
Thank you, sir. Now 36 minutes after the hour.
So there.
Some huge. I loved when we used to do that. We had a segment where we would actually cover stories, wad the paper up, and toss it. We had a garbage can back here
didn't we?
Where we'd actually try to ring. And I don't know if we got anything. We rang. That's close. Greg just tossed the paper, in case you wonder. We've got a breakup in the Democratic Party. We'll get to that later on. Andrew Yang says, "See you, good day." To the
you talking about Yang who want to give everybody $1,000?
That's it. William Shatner, Greg, is headed to space.
Shatner.
What'd I say?
Shatner.
Well, Shatner, him too. His brother.
Yeah.
He's headed to space. By the way, I loved him as Denny Crane in Boston Legal.
Isn't he like 90-something?
He's 90.
He doesn't look it, but I
He
don't
will
know
be
if
the
I've
oldest.
seen a 90-year-old
He will be the oldest
space.
to go to space, I believe. So, and go ahead.
I saw a story on. I'm gonna wait till Bubba gets in here to ask him about another group that's charging. They're not going to take you into weightlessness, but right to the edge of space with a hot air balloon, and they had this little capsule up under it. It's looked pretty cool. $50,000 a seat.
I don't want any part of a hot air balloon. Have you ever been in one of those?
No, I haven't. But this is one of the. You wouldn't
Well,
believe the
I know,
size.
but-
This thing is. They said, of course, we always use this as a measuring tape. The guy said you could fit a football field inside the balloon.
So it's a dome, basically. You're going in a
you
dome.
You need to see it. It's really cool.
Not doing that.
If I had $50,000, I'd probably try it.
We got a bizarre story. I know you want. This is right up your alley. You want to talk about it. And,
well, it's something everybody deals with.
I struggle with this for sure.
You know, when you get nervous, right?
Yeah.
A lot of times, and like they gave examples of maybe public speaking or just anything. I remember like a pregame of a ball game, same problem. You tend to, and let me find a nice way to say this, have to go to old number 2, the old curveball.
Yeah.
Your stomach gets to rumbling.
Yeah.
Well,
No.
there is a YouTuber, gastroenterologist, and men's health columnist named Samir Islam, and he tells you why you get the nervous poops is what he calls
Well done
it.
with that name, by the way.
I'm not sure it was right, but it sounded like
You
I was
were confident.
confident.
You're very
I really
confident.
don't think it was right.
Yeah.
He said he admits to dealing with these nervous things himself. The old number 2.
No.
Yeah, you go. He reveals the condition. It's very common, and he said it's something about, and this is a huge word, some type of nervous systems that connects your brain to your gut. He said the nerves in our digestive tract contract rapidly when you're nervous, and that makes you feel that urge. Now, he's got some ways to treat it. He said you can, whenever you're anxious, he said you can anti-diarrhea medicine. Like if you think, it says Imodium. So if he said
Because you don't want to.
No.
he said that calms everything down. You can try to relax. He said that's easier said than done. Take a deep breath. Go for a walk. The walk could be a problem.
I was going to say that stirs it up sometimes.
But he doesn't
Usually
touch on
for
the
me,
fact.
anyway.
And we get this nervous thing because for people, we've all, hey, I'm fixing to do play a ball game.
I've struggled with it with speaking engagement. I've struggled with it with. I struggled with it yesterday with Tune In going down.
Exactly. I saw you
that's
run
a
the
perfect example.
But here's what he doesn't cover. What about when you were a kid and you played hide and seek and you'd be in a quiet place hid and then the urge would hit you? Or if you just go walk in the woods and everything's quiet and the birds are singing, it'll hit you then too. He didn't cover that.
No, he doesn't.
But it's probably all the same. Am I making that up?
You may be nervous that you're going to get caught.
I don't know. Maybe that's it. But he said anyway.
There is
somehow
a definite tie
the
to
nervous
it.
systems that connect the brain and our gut is what causes the old anxiety for the old curveball.
I believe that. I think everybody struggles with that, and that's one reason when I do go speak somewhere, I don't get as nervous as I used to. But I won't eat before I go up there.
Yeah,
because I don't know how
That'd
things
be
are going to
bad
go.
if you've been in the 11 also you go, excuse me, I'll be back.
Yeah, you can't.
I go
Be
talk
rough.
to man about a dog. Obviously, I'll return.
Yeah.
You can't do that in the middle of a speech.
Greg, one of my favorite things about this time of year is there's
Nervous poops?
two things, and this is not gonna. I can't believe I'm admitting this in front of you. One of them is pumpkin spice lattes,
you do that
which are
every
here.
year,
I don't know
every
why
year.
we can't do that year round.
What is my problem? I don't like pumpkin anything.
It's all present. I've learned with you it's presentation.
You think that's
yeah,
it?
because you don't like sweet potatoes either.
No,
it's
I
that
don't.
orange. There's something about the orange.
Orange
that turns
/
you
gourd.
off. Yeah.
Yeah.
But this other one, candy corn.
Now, I'm not a candy corn fan.
Well,
Or, as our friend Bill Bubba Bussy calls it, corn candy.
he does. He does.
And no matter how many times you tell him, he will not go.
This is one of those candies where
You like it?
I don't buy a whole lot of candy anyway, but if I'm ever around it, like for instance, I was walking my daughter's one of my daughter's bedroom is downstairs, and so when I walk in from the garage and I come up, I happened to look over a couple days ago. She had a big tub of it in her room, and I'm like, "Where did you get that? You can't be hiding that from me. It's my favorite candy."
That's your favorite candy?
When it comes,
you just said
this
that was
time
your
of year,
favorite
this
candy.
time of year, it is.
Okay.
And so I'm
Corn,
not a
you talking
big.
about corn candy?
I'm not a big. Yeah, Bubba does that
Every time.
I am. I'm not a big candy guy, but I will not turn this down. But I did not know that it had another name. Did you know that
No, I
it was
did
called
not.
chicken feed?
Before it was candy corn.
Yeah.
Chicken feed. It makes sense.
Yep.
Looks like chicken feed.
And I don't know.
Chicken feed?
Yes, that's what it was called. It's what it used to be called before it was called candy corn.
How about that?
Now it says this, and there's got a question mark beside it, so I don't know if this is true. And this doesn't affect me, by the way. This is not going to change my love for candy corn. Bones
Or
and
chicken.
bugs in candy corn.
That's what?
It says the ingredients in candy corn might surprise some candy lovers. In addition to sugar, corn syrup, salt, sesame oil, honey, artificial flavor, and food colorings, which we all knew were in there, candy corn also has a gelatin and confectioner's glaze as ingredients. The last two items have led some candy corn detractors to note that candy corn is made of animal hides and bones,
I don't understand.
like Jell-O gelatin. So
to hold it together?
I guess so. I
So
don't know.
these food engineers,
Yes.
for lack of a better word, they needed something to, I guess, hold it together.
Yeah.
And that's
Bug secretion.
That is how they've done this.
Yeah.
What's that? Now I even feel better why I don't like it.
But see, it doesn't even. I don't know what it says about me that it never. I don't even check up. If you brought it in here this morning, I read this. I go,
Well,
give me
no,
some
if I
chicken
liked
feed.
it, I probably wouldn't care. But here's the thing, and I'm tired of you people, and we've had guests bring us where you dump peanuts in the bowl with them and claim it tastes like a payday. First of all, it doesn't. And second of all, if I want a payday, I'll just go get a payday. Because I like paydays, by the way. That's a good candy bar. But how many people, hey, y'all, have you had candy corn and
Greg, I
peanuts?
know.
Tastes like payday. No, it doesn't, actually. Because payday doesn't, I mean, anyway. A payday's caramel and peanuts. That's all it is. It didn't have bug secretion in it. So that didn't affect you at all on
No.
whether you're going?
No, matter of fact, if there were some in the kitchen right now, I'd hammer it.
I've never liked them. I mean, I put it up there with Peeps. It's not my thing.
I want to get to this one before because I got one.
You know
I got
what
a
it gives
question.
me? Nervous poops.
I want to ask you a question when we come back, but I want to bring this up before because I don't want to spend a whole lot of time here. A mom was slammed for admitting she smashed her son's Xbox during furious mommy moment.
Who slammed her?
Just social media,
Of course.
you know, that the fake world we live
Yeah.
in.
Yeah.
My question is, have you ever broke anything of your kids because you had a dad moment? They called it a mommy moment. I broke an Xbox controller. It was PlayStation. Or was it Xbox? One of the two.
What I have done, I haven't done that with my kids, but when I was a kid, I broke my stuff and mad and threw it.
Well, Greg, that doesn't even make sense.
I know. Well, it wasn't working like I wanted it to, and I threw it and busted it. I've done that. But I never did have to take any of my kids' stuff and break it. I don't think.
She posted, "Okay, y'all, I had a mommy moment about a month ago and smashed my son's Xbox. Love me or hate me for it. The
Ooh,
question
here come
is,
the trolls.
does anyone have one they're willing to sell?" That's another thing.
Wow, no.
And I had to deal with that. I broke one, got frustrated and broke it because that's all we were doing at our house at one point, and I couldn't control it, so I got rid of it. But then
That's getting rid of it. I'll give you that.
And guess what happens when you get rid of it, and then 2 or 3 years later they want one.
Yeah, and everything's calmed down. Now
Everything's
you got to
calmed
throw out
down,
some cash.
and all their friends are playing it. Then you got to pay for it.
Yeah. But at the time, it seemed like a good idea.
It was good therapy. I know that.
Oh, it felt great, I bet.
Yeah.
You know, I get that. You know me, I'm known to throw stuff. It helps. It actually does help.
Got a serious question when we come back for you. I want you to I don't know where I'm at on this, and it's got something to do with grandparents.
Oh, okay.
And since you're now a grandparent,
yes, I am.
You can talk from both sides of this.
That's true.
We'll be back.
Qualified.
45 minutes after the hour. It's the kickoff hour on the Rick and Bubba Show.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Tune in, back up today and running. Hopefully that won't have that issue again. And, of course, radio affiliates all across the land, thank you for making us just a little part of your day. Did you realize that more than 2 in 3 adults regret not talking to their grandparents about their memories?
You talking about the grandparents' memories growing up as
Yes.
kids? I always liked that, talking to my grandparents.
So you embraced it and took advantage of it.
I loved to hear the stories of when they were growing up.
So you're 1 in 3, really, because
Yeah.
you're the minority here because you actually took advantage of. Because see, I didn't, and I would fall in that 2 or 3 that wished I would have talked more about their memories.
I used to like, even if it wasn't my grandparents, just older people, like even when I first started working, and there were guys that were a lot older than me that were working with me, and they would tell me, I just like that. I like stories about, people growing up, and I know that's surprising to you, I'm sure.
No, not at all.
But I really do. I was always really interested in it.
See, I didn't give
I think people ought to do it.
I can remember one of my grandmothers specifically sitting me down and trying to show me things and me just being disinterested, as most kids probably are.
Yeah.
But I would agree with that statement that I regret not doing that.
Oh, yeah.
Now, my brother was really good about this. He's like you. And so he even, when one of my grandmothers passed away, he actually put a book together of all of this so that we could actually share and
I like stuff like that. I like old pictures.
You can see which one is more intentional about things like that.
I like old pictures and stuff and stories that go with them. I know that's surprising people, but I do I actually enjoy that a lot.
I feel like there's so much that even today I don't know about them that I probably should. That's sad, but anyway. So that's my sad question.
So you're those that didn't do it.
I regret it. I wished I would have gave them more in regards to their memories.
Tell me about the good old days. You ain't heard that song,
Greg? Don't make me tear up. We only got a few more minutes.
Just telling you.
So we got a school, Greg, that has issued a plea to parents to stop wearing pajamas and dressing gowns when dropping their children off at the gates of the school.
Now, I will say this. Not sure why you would do that, but how is it hurting anybody? If they're not getting out, are they getting out? And
they have to walk them up.
I mean, I don't recommend doing that, but I don't know if it's worth. I'll tell you this: they must have a lot of people doing it. If they think they had to come up with a rule, if they come up with a rule for something you're doing, then that's it's become a problem.
One mother walked her son through the school gates wearing a teddy bear dressing gown.
Okay, see, now people getting out of hand. See, I pictured just a pair of old sleep pants.
This is not. Hey, I'm in my pajama pants and a
like
t-shirt.
You see at Walmart.
Yeah.
Okay, these are like you talking about like a nightie.
People are doing the pajama pants and t-shirt, but that's not the person that got this ultimate email and letter to the parents. It was the person
in the silky.
It's the teddy bear gown that we're wearing.
Well, now anybody who thought that was a good idea, hey, reckon that kid got made fun of or not?
Oh, probably not.
Yeah,
it depends on.
But how a lot of times people don't see themselves the way they truly are.
Had a terrifying incident in China, Greg, where you had this light show, and there were hundreds of these Chinese drones.
Well, now, is this when they synchronize?
Yes.
You remember we saw, where was that? It was at a Super Bowl one year or something. I can't remember.
Probably at a halftime show.
And they did this synchronized thing with these drones. It was unbelievable.
Well, it's not good when the synchronization stops and they all come crashing down on the crowd. And this happened in China.
Did it happen during the same time Facebook went down? Did that all cause it?
I don't think so.
Okay.
But they did plunge from the sky.
Imagine, okay, now you're dodging drones.
Yeah.
Okay? You're running everywhere. Drones falling out of the sky.
I guess we've only mentioned it one time. If you're wondering why Speedy's not with us, he is with his dad this morning with just taking him to a doctor's visit, and he has updated you guys on that the last few weeks, and he'll be back tomorrow more than likely to give us another update.
Yeah.
And just be praying for Mr. Wilburn and Speedy as they go through that together today. Greg, the baseball playoffs are here, Major League Baseball, and I know we are these typical baseball fans that give opening day and a few weeks fired up about baseball, and then we cool on it until fall gets
so
here.
Long.
And then there's a time.
Gosh, long.
I know there is a time in the fall where we all eventually watch a game or two and dial into it. And so the wild card there's a one gamer tonight between the Yankees and the Red Sox. Will you give it anything?
Probably not. I'll keep up with the score maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know. I might. And nowadays, you remember the old days, and a lot of people got left out of it. You had four teams, and they, we played for the pennant. Then those winners played for the series. Now we got play-ins, and how many rounds we got now?
Oh, there's several. Starts tonight, and it will roll through nearly the 1st of November, and depending on how it goes.
The Braves are in, so I'll watch them till they are not in. But I don't even know who else.
No, I don't either.
Dodgers and Braves.
I did see yesterday that
Boston, the Yankees, that's the play-in games. That's right. Ain't that what you said? And who's the other?
Well, I did see this, and this is, I think, worth noting. The lines came out, and the betting lines, and who was favored to be in the World Series, and the Houston Astros was there. So it turns out they can play without banging trash cans.
And they're glad that that's over with. Yeah. Pandemic beat it down a little bit.
It did.
Look, they were just trying to get a little advantage.
Well,
what's funny is when they show the footage and now and you hear the trash can. When they go boom, you hear them hitting it. Pretty good idea, really.
I probably will not. I will probably forget that the Red Sox and Yankees are on tonight. It is on ESPN, and so. But
now, if the Red Sox are going to wear them weird uniforms, I'm not watching it.
Greg, I think that was a one-time deal.
I hope so. The men's slow pitch softball team uniform.
Greg, they were honoring the Boston Marathon bombing, and
you can do that with a patch on your nice, traditional Red Sox.
I'm just telling you
uniform.
what they were doing, in case you forgot.
But nobody knows a marathon has a certain color to it.
Yeah, I know.
That part I didn't get. Still don't get it. I mean, you think a marathon,
nice.
You go, the New York, that's the red and black. That's their color. No, it's a marathon. It doesn't have a color.
It was the uniforms, no matter what they were doing, were hideous.
They were.
They were pretty bad.
I mean, of course, the NBA, and I don't follow it, but it's doing this too. They'll wear uniforms now that are not even their team colors all the time.
Yeah.
I mean, everybody's got just a black and white version of their uniform, and it's just bizarre. They'll have a weird word on it, like some slang for your city name.
Speaking of the NBA, I saw Andrew Wiggins was very outspoken about he was one of the Golden State Warriors, very outspoken about not getting the vaccine, and I think he eventually got it yesterday.
Yeah, I think
because of the backlash that he was getting.
Yeah.
And Draymond Green, by the way, I don't know if you saw his speech about it, was really good. Just as far as talking about how, we got to act like this is America and we should be able to make these choices without
I agree 100%.
criticism. He was very outspoken and well-spoken on the subject. It was really good.
Yeah, the mandate thing bothers me a lot.
He'll knock you around down there in the paint, but he was I thought he was right on this one for sure. All right, the boys join us next. Hang with us.
Rick and Bubba.
The gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh,
6 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. As a brand new hour is beginning now. And this hour starts with the national anthem. It is 8 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. And so we get ready to unpack another day together, and you can be part of it at 866-WE-BE-BIG. The real Greg Burgess and Helmsy and Adler all here. Speedy is away with his dad. His dad's having a procedure today that hopefully will resolve some of the problems he's been having. And Speedy is there with his family today helping out with that. He'll return as soon as he can, either tomorrow or the next day. So, Wheel of Meat is in play. It has not spun yet this week. It's only day 2 of the week, but that can happen at any moment. We'll look at the stories of the day. We'll unpack those with you. That number, 866-WE-BE-BIG, is your ticket to the Rick and Bubba Show, and we'd love to get an opportunity to chat with you today and find out what is on your mind. Right there he is, the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, Professional Lunch Eaters Man of the Year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Bill Bubba Wallace. Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, and associates everywhere. Welcome to Cool Jazz with Rick and Bubba.
Let's all go. I know it sounds funny, but I just can't stand the pain. There he is. That's when it was just the Commodores.
That's right.
Yeah,
you think Lionel gets back much? He visit any folks?
You know, I don't
around
know.
Tuskegee, Montgomery?
Yeah, that's great. That's a great point. I don't know if Lionel gets back this way. Didn't he? He's big American Idol now, isn't he?
Yeah, he's on.
Yeah.
He's been there
But
about
I mean,
3 seasons.
does he ever, get back with the home folks?
I don't know.
Do the Commodores do something like we've booked a pavilion out at the state park, and the Commodores and their wives and children, do they all get together and talk about when?
Talk about the good old days.
I'm gonna
Talk
say,
about the good old days. Maybe go to the Tuskegee game.
Sure.
Maybe homecoming.
that was the first concert I ever saw, and live music. And when this was in the heyday, when they were owning it.
They wasn't nothing better.
It was phenomenal.
They wasn't nothing better.
It was the best. It's still the best concert I ever saw. It was unreal.
Yeah, we talked about that with Damon Johnson. We did the podcast with him, and he lit up like a light, didn't he? But when I told him, we saw Commodores in the prime.
Now, did they have the white jumpsuits on with the
Mirrors
mirrors
all
on it?
over.
Yeah.
Oh, sure. Oh, look.
Oh, you think they didn't throw brick house
Slippery
out?
when wet.
Yeah.
Oh, too hot to trot, baby.
I love slippery when wet.
You're too hot
me
to
too.
trot now, baby. That was a good one, too.
Look, and hey,
underappreciated song.
Hey, and there was no sampling. There was no. They even had a background band just so it would sound like the record. Everybody was playing. There was nothing fake. Nothing.
Trivia: the name of the backup band?
Mean Machine.
Mean Machine.
I started to say Green Machine. I knew it was something.
My
like
goodness, Green Machine. Were they all dressed in green?
that. From UAB.
That's funny. Mean Machine, baby.
The Mean Machine.
And when Walter Orange went out front to sing Brick House, one of the Mean Machine members would drop in behind the kit.
That's right. There was no sampling, no tracks, no nothing.
No.
Everything you heard, somebody was playing it or singing it.
Do you like that Walter didn't want to sing Brick House from drums? He wanted to get out front.
Get out
Yeah.
front, right?
Yeah. Well, you won't do that.
Sure.
Yeah. That's standard.
And a lot of us thought Lionel
There it
Richie
is.
sang
There's
Brick
that.
House, but he
We
didn't.
did.
Yeah.
I know.
Because we were young.
Yeah, that's it.
Sure.
That's Walter
That's
to the
there
left.
it is.
isn't
That's the original lineup.
There they are. So let me see if I can remember. So McCrae was the guitar player. What was his name?
With a glass.
Robert, maybe.
William McCrae.
Who's the one we had
William
on that was
King.
the tennis player? William King.
Yeah, William King's right there.
He played a horn and
Which one is William? Tall in the
Ronald Lapre on the bass.
Bass in the middle up there.
Mylan Williams on keyboards.
keyboards.
Walter Orange on drums and sang Brickhouse and some others.
And King played horns and a little keyboard. He played a little bit of everything.
There they are. I love the Commodores. You think I didn't have
Which one
Commodores
was it
live?
we had on that was a tennis player?
It was King.
King?
Yeah.
And which one is he in that picture?
He's the front
Bottom
row
row.
on the left.
Yeah, beard.
Facing us left, our right, his left.
Yeah.
Front row, right by Lionel.
On the right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because that's Orange on the left, right?
Correct.
Walter.
Man, that was a good band.
It was a good band.
Yep.
And then I think I didn't have the double live album. Of course I did.
Oh, that was great.
Oh. When Lionel's talking to the crowd on Sweet Love, extended version.
It goes on about 30 minutes.
Oh, extended version. I know you, sir, Chan.
And they still did good even after Lionel left. They had some pretty good hits.
One song.
Yeah, I mean, they brought in the guy from Heat Wave, and they did Night Shift.
What was it?
Night Shift.
Night Shift.
Yeah. Well, it was pretty big.
It wasn't.
Bubba, compared to where they were.
Come on now.
And then Lionel, he blew up as a single artist. He went. I mean, he was the guy.
Yeah.
Remember, he'd win every American Music Award.
yeah.
You didn't see the
He
Commodores
hosted.
dancing on the ceiling. They had
That
Night
would have been a
Shift.
good one, though.
They had Night Shift. They did all right. I didn't want the band to bust up, but I know it was all about coin.
You know, I know, I understand that too.
Lionel
but
wrote all the songs.
I just liked it better when they was a band.
Yeah, me too.
singing.
yeah.
'Cause
Of course. I'm a band
as
guy.
opposed to a single guy.
I'm a
I
band
was,
guy.
I was heartbroken when he
Yeah.
left.
But like,
I mean, it's like you lost a girlfriend.
That was.
Yeah.
I was
like,
sad.
like I remember when they did "Easy," the song we just played. Except for those you on YouTube that just heard me and Bubba singing it, but they had the piano up in the light rafter, and then they would bring it down, and they bring it out, and Lionel be on it.
Yeah.
And when he got down behind that white piano,
He had
went
all
good.
them ballads.
Yeah, because hey, he's gonna sit there a minute.
Yeah.
Because we got a few to run through.
A few ballads here. For
Right.
3 times lady, still. We got going on.
Still, you cry your eyes out.
Time for that.
That's unbelievable. You know, and then he just, like I say, when he left the band, it ruined it to me, even though I understand.
Yeah.
But it ruined it for me.
Oh, I was never as big a Lionel Richie fan as I was a Commodore.
Can I tell you the thing that bothers me the most when solo artists do this, and I think Tom Petty did this, God rest his soul, is they'll say that this is my solo album, but then you look on the album and the band just played on the album.
Yeah.
And you're kind of like, well, couldn't y'all just stay the band? I mean,
why'd you
and then he went back.
You talking about Full Moon Fever?
Yeah, but then he went back to the band. But you look on Full Moon Fever, and I mean, and
There's Ben Mont. He's in there.
and they're all in there. I mean, it's practically the same band.
I know.
But he just calls it a solo album.
Yeah.
But I know that's all about money. I got it.
I got it.
You know, you went from being part of the band to being in the studio with me. And,
There it is.
but Tom drifted back to the band, though. He didn't stay. He didn't stay solo.
He got the Heartbreakers back.
I'm glad Lionel's doing good. I mean, he's in the spotlight, keeping his name. You know, being a judge on those shows are really good for your career.
But would
very
it,
lucrative, too.
would it have killed the Commodores for Lionel to go back and at least do one tour of them all together?
Yeah, just one.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. 866 We Be Big is the number. So, the prettiest girl in the world arrived back home yesterday. My wife, Sherry Burgess, back home from West Africa on a mission trip. And, boy, I tell you what, 8 days without the wife. And, good to have
Flight on time and all that.
Yeah.
Any handles?
I
was concerned because we had bad weather in our area about yesterday afternoon. It was storming a little bit in some areas, so I didn't know if that would affect them or not.
Well, I also, because we live in a fake world, right? Everybody knows that. And so what you see and what you hear isn't always what it is. And so I asked her, I'm prepared for this big deal about her traveling the world during the pandemic. And I said, boy, I bet that was something, wasn't it? And she goes, no. and she was in Paris at one point, as a jump. And she said, I was talking to people that were, coming to Paris and whatever. And I was asking them about, well, were y'all able to do everything? They were like, yeah. and they were like, well, they were, and then she said, when you're out there and you're traveling, you're going, she was, other than, the bizarre thing the airlines are doing with the mask, which is just bizarre. Because, you realize it's like as long as you're eating and drinking, you don't have to put it over your face. But they even monitor, if they're looking and paying attention, that you're not constantly chewing. And if you're not constantly chewing or drinking, you got to pull it back up.
Well, that was my move. I just ate peanuts for about 2 hours.
Guys, do y'all realize what a fake thing that is?
Yeah, it's a fake thing.
What good does that do? And so anyway, she said it was. It really wasn't as she goes. She said I had all my information that I was supposed to have, but it wasn't as militant as I expected it to be. And even people that were going in and out of France, they were saying that France now will even take just a test. You don't have to be vaccinated or anything like that.
Yeah.
So anyway, I don't know. She said it was not really a big deal. And of course, when you go to the conditions of like a refugee camp where she was, because of, a lot of parts of Africa are war torn, and so there's refugee camps. She said the refugee camp that she went to was probably the worst conditions that she had seen. And keep in mind, she's been to India, where she came back from India saying, I thought I'd seen poverty. That was a level I'd never seen before.
Wow.
But anyway, she said the refugee camps were just, But anyway, it was a great trip. Saw some incredible things. Some of it I don't think I can. Well, we're not talking about where she was, but I better not. She was just saying that she's taught a lot, and I will say this: the English school that she went to help with is doing some great things. I'll just say that. Yeah. So the and she got to do some cool stuff and be part of some great stuff. And she said that probably some of the most joyful people that she has experienced around the world. And she said, and it's interesting how so many of us lack the joy that some of them have, and they were not concerned about Facebook and Instagram being down.
Yeah, I started to say we probably had some people about ready to jump off a bridge yesterday because Facebook and Instagram was down.
So thanks for all of your prayers and everything. But her trip went really, really smooth. It was very, very productive, and the Lord was gracious with their travel. It's a long trip, but they didn't have any unnecessary delays or anything like that.
Well, that's cool.
Yeah, so it was very, very good. And they had great hosts there, and Sherry said, look, I'm going to tell you what, and I remember.
So the trips go smooth when it's just Sherry. When you're involved, it's when they don't go good.
Yeah, I always thought it was her, and now I realize. But, I will tell you this, the 2 times that I have been to Africa, you can eat really good there. If you get in the right place, because, they're very much into, the meat and the cheeses and the stuff like that, if you can find the right spot. And she said that they were that the meals were fantastic by the people who hosted them and all that. So she said, I had some great food. So it was good because, of course, that's the first thing I asked.
Right.
So tell me about the food.
Yeah.
But anyway, so she's
back. The closest I ever got to Africa was going to South Carolina, mileage-wise.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
That's good. I will say this. Your mission trip to Hawaii was very big.
Yeah.
But
that was going the other way.
Yeah. But let me tell you what's funny is today's the day that I pay the price for all the things that I wasn't on top of as much. Because last night was just simply get the luggage in, welcome
Glad
home,
to be back.
all this kind of stuff. I can't wait to, she's like, I can't wait to get in my bathtub, that kind of stuff. Today's the day that she'll check on the Sunday school class and she'll check on this and all that.
Right.
Today's the day that'll be a hard day on me.
Yeah.
But that's fine. I mean, I handled most everything that needed to be done. And I think it was good. The house was in good order, but again, I wasn't there a whole lot because usually if I had free time, I was at the farm. I really only slept at the house. Really.
Yeah, well, that's better because you don't have a chance to mess it up.
Yeah, and a few times I slept at the farm, so I wasn't even there for that. So anyway, I do that though. I don't make a big mess if it's just me. If you look, I might cook every now and then, but mainly I just grab something on the way or throw all that away in the trash. I'm trying to keep from there being a mess.
I even made a mess the other day with DoorDash.
Wow, did you? How'd you do
one of
that?
the containers that come in had something on the bottom of it, and I didn't realize it. And I got it I got it on one of the place mats.
No more.
Now, is DoorDash to you one of those things? I know there's others. Let's just say when we say DoorDash, we mean all of them.
Yeah. But DoorDash is the only one that comes to my house.
Okay. But
Uber Eats doesn't include my street, so I can't promote them.
But
It's very weird.
Can I just say though, that's one of those things that I'm thankful we live long enough to see that.
I am too.
Food right at the door. Because the first time it happened with pizza, we thought we won't get any better than that.
Right. Well, I couldn't believe that. But when we were a kid, Rick, when we were a kid, they used to bring milk. They used to bring grape drink. They used
Charlie's
to bring
chips.
Orange. We had potato chips brought to
I'm
our
talking
house.
about a tub of them.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That
I
big
made a
tub.
snare drum out of it.
Oh,
Put
yeah,
a
it was a
dog
great
chain
snare
in the
drum.
bottom and cram it full of paper, and you got you a snare drum.
And there wasn't an ounce of grease on them chips.
None.
Oh, they were good.
Boy,
buddy.
they were good. That old Charlie truck would pull
sure.
over.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did Charlie chip ever make it into look? We're in a bag now in a retail store. It's okay.
I think so.
Didn't they try that?
I think they did.
it, but I don't see them.
It
anymore.
had to really
Jack
run the
Rick.
price up to have a fleet of trucks
You
and
would
put it
think.
in metal cans, But
Who had the idea to deliver potato chips to your house?
listen, like I told you, now it was y'all. I know Greg will get on me, but my grandparents who lived out in the country and they were not very well off at all. They used to have ice brought to their house. One of them big
Ice box.
Yeah, they had a closet that was an ice that was where the
They
big
put it at
chunk
the
of
top,
ice was.
yeah.
Well, they put it on the floor, and you just went in there and chipped off ice when you need it and put it in the cup.
Yeah, my mom's talking about. I don't remember that, but
Yeah.
you remember the Avon lady coming to the
Yeah,
house?
Avon lady.
Avon lady.
Yeah, she'd pull up in her little car and go in the
Yeah,
house.
I remember that.
The World Book Encyclopedia people come around selling World Books.
For some reason, this has nothing to do with delivery, but this always makes me remember the Big Ten thing of the government peanut butter and the government cheese.
Oh,
That
yeah.
cheese was good.
Well, you had to go get it, though.
Yeah, that government cheese.
Commodity day.
Yeah, that government cheese was good. Bottom of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
She definitely could. 35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. MyPillow.com and the Rick and Bubba Show teaming up, moving forward, and they've added bathrobes, sleepwear, and quilts to the mighty MyPillow lineup, and of course, same quality. These items, have great colors and styles. They're made from 100% U.S. upland cotton. The reaction so far from you has been outstanding. And if you go to MyPillow.com and you click on radio listeners, that square there, use the promo code BUBBA. That'll save you 30%. Also, you can get 50% off those MyPillow slippers that Bubba and I love, whatever size, style, or color that you want. All this can be found and all these other great items by just simply going to MyPillow.com. But don't forget that radio listener square, because the promo code BUBBA, it's when you pop that in, let the savings begin. It's almost like savings. So BUBBA right there under radio listeners. Also look for that link to MyPillow.com at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. So, Bubba, I know there's the ongoing... Bubba, as we continue to balance all the information that we, if you can follow it, juggle this involving the ongoing pandemic. I'm not sure that we'll ever allow the pandemic to officially end as long as politics and propaganda are involved. It is a serious situation. It is real, and we try to break it down to the most basic, true information. We try to stay with facts, things that we think we can. Based on now this, what are we at, 18 months we've been dealing with this?
Yeah, they're about
19 months.
Going on too.
Yeah, of course, I remember as clear as a bell in the very beginning of this, when it started, we did something weird, look back, start gathering information on pandemics in the world in past history, and, the calendar that you looked is about what we're experiencing with this one. It's going to last about 2 years, and hopefully we'll get to the point that it becomes, like we've said many times, even though this is not great news because people still die of the flu every year, but just not to the numbers that we have now.
We hope.
Yeah, and so hopefully, but I think we are making progress, and you got to keep a positive outlook and make some basic decisions, and you want to be looking at your health, and just like we're doing here.
To somebody had mentioned yesterday, and I thought, oh boy, as it begins to wane again. See if we hear news of a new variant. Just curious. See if we hear something in the next 2 weeks about a new variant. Got to look out for, because that seems to be the way this thing keeps rolling out. Every time we start going down, and you think, well, we're going to get back to normal,
or a new drug that has been created by the left. That can also be.
We got to talk about that too. Merck does have a pill coming out. They said will cut your risk greatly. Of course, there's a lot of jokes that they have just remarketed ivermectin, but that's not factually correct. But it is a funny joke.
Funny, yeah,
it's a funny joke. So, Rick, we've been following the antibodies, and I have to say again, because I know if anything ever happened to me, the headline would be "Anti-Vax Radio Host Dies."
Oh, of course.
Okay, I'm not anti-vax in no way, no how. I have people in my immediate family that have been vaccinated. I have close and personal friends here on the show that have been vaccinated. And if I thought in any way that it was dangerous or harmful, I would have objected strongly. So I have not. So, Rick, the antibody test, I've had several over the past year. I had COVID over Christmas. So it was December of last year. I got the better antibody test done last week. Got the results yesterday. I am coming in, my magic number, 703.8, or for our argument, 704.
That's right. We'll call it 704.
So I was trying to look at some of those numbers to see how that fell. Now, the range that they tell you is up to 2,500.
That's a big range.
Or if it's more greater than 2,500, that's just where they stop. But if you're more than 0.08, less than 1%, and we'll round it to 1% for argument. If you have 1% show up on this test, you have antibodies. So sitting there at 703, 704, I feel pretty good about it. I've talked to several people. I look at what people are posting online. You see numbers in the 20s, 30s, 50, 100, 200, 300. So, I feel like the 704 is a pretty solid number.
And keep in mind that is 10 months later.
Yeah, 10 months. So I'm going to be somewhat of an experiment in this, just from my own curiosity of how long it will last naturally. And have I been exposed to it again and my antibodies kicked up? I don't know. Because we weren't able to track it before with that better test. But I'm going to ask for this test in the future and just try to keep getting it about every 90 days and seeing how that plays out.
Yeah, yeah. And usually, because this is how we work, even though this is incorrect.
Yeah.
See, since I had COVID 2 weeks before you,
right.
I assume that I'm in the same position.
And I know Helms is tracking me too. So, but my antibody test doesn't necessarily mean yours.
No, I got that speech last night. I told Amanda. I said,
I know it's incorrect, but I still do it.
Rick, I got Bubba's text out and everything last night, and I said, "Hey, honey, I got some good news. My antibodies, they're really good." She's like, "How do you know? Did you go get a test?" I said, "No, Bubba got a test." She goes, "I hate to break it to you, but that's not how it works."
That's funny. Well, here's the thing I know. I have and
the doctor called it, Rick, in his note, very high.
So that was you didn't say that. I'm glad you said that because that's the thing I hung on to.
Right.
Yeah. Right. All this thing about the numbers got very confusing. Yeah. I wanted to hear what our doctor said.
Right.
And when you said the word not just high but very high,
so
I was like, okay. Of course, Rick, that doesn't mean yours are that way.
Well,
but for some reason, I think it is.
Hey, we can easily get the test done, and I think we need to check everybody, kind of track as a group.
Yeah.
Even get Greg and Adler, who's been vaccinated, so we'll know where they're at.
Yeah.
Then we can compare natural to vax.
Good.
We'll be a little mini study here.
We could have an antibody
It'll
playoff.
be anecdotal.
Well, here's where I'm a little confused, though. Okay, here's where I'm a little confused. And look, I'm not worried about it. I'm good, and I think antibodies. Let me tell you what I do know. I know this for a fact. Okay, I have the natural antibodies, and I do know I've been exposed to it.
Right.
More than one time,
right?
And have not gotten it, which of course I may not have gotten it just because of the way. Do I think I can still get it with natural antibodies? Yeah. Do I think people who are fully vaccinated can still get it? Yeah, because I know those two things have happened.
Right.
But what we're talking about is what kind of protection do you have for not to be severe? And that kind of where we are. Because from what I can tell, the natural antibodies nor the vaccine can guarantee that you won't test positive for it. Correct?
Yes, that is correct.
But they both
and it won't guarantee you're not going to get sick.
Right, but they seem to help you not to get really sick.
Correct.
Don't y'all think that's kind of the truth that we're talking about?
I think so. I hope so.
It helps you.
But anyway. I felt, God, what day was it? Was it the end of last week? Because, see, this is Tuesday. Maybe it was earlier. There was a day, and I've got allergies real bad anyway, and I was having a bad allergy day or two, and I kind of felt bad, and I thought, well,
here we go.
I've got a home test. And I gave myself the home test just to check it, and it was negative. So I was like, okay, good.
Well, no, I told y'all.
Good.
I told y'all back. It was in.
I've got all kind of tests, y'all. I even got a home antibody test. I just don't want to prick my finger.
I know. Right. It's hard to do.
You want to bring it in here? We'll test all y'all.
Yeah, absolutely.
I wish you could have
It
seen.
doesn't give you a number, though.
Yeah. And I've talked about this many times, getting opportunities to speak, and it's the truth too. I go and I say, hey guys, let me tell you this. If we had back at the resource table, we've developed a supplement, and you're not going to get COVID, and it's not going to kill you. And they're all like, yeah. And I said, now the bad news, you're still going to die. You're still going to die of something else. So I'd get prepared for that. Yep. And because let me tell you about earthly death in the human body, undefeated.
Yes,
there's only been one person defeated, and he's where our hope is, so that we won't die eternally.
Yep.
But if Jesus doesn't come back in your lifetime, you are going to die. I mean, because this thing it has a timer on it. It's not going to go on forever. Something's going to get you.
The clock is ticking.
Right. And so you kind of need to live your life like today you could die whether you get COVID or not. Because I see a lot of people that die of things that none of us talk about or whatever. But anyway, so I know you were talking about this. This was back in July. Because I remember when it was, because I had a speaking engagement coming up that was going to be come in Saturday night, then get up and do Sunday morning with a friend of mine who had booked me years ago. I mean, back during the first time we had to cancel it. And so I knew that I had been exposed. Somebody told me after the show on Friday. And so I think to myself, the minute he told me that he sat next to me for an hour and a half and had COVID, the minute he told me that, I started developing symptoms.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. And I said, and so this is when I had the antibodies and still do. I think since Bubba does. But anyway, so I get to the point that I've made myself so sick, it's over.
Right.
I mean, I look, no, this is how far I went. Grabbed my laptop on the way out because I knew I'd be doing the show from home.
Right.
Okay, got my microphone stuff together. I'm setting up for me to be at the home studio Monday, and I'm about to call my friend and say I'm about to give you a handle. I cannot come this weekend because I have COVID, and look, and so I go get the test, and I'm sitting there in the truck, and I think I'm in the truck. I'm thinking maybe I should just leave my truck and get an ambulance. You know how you start? Your mind is it's incredible. So the woman walks over to me, and look, my window's going down, and I'm like, well, here it comes, and she goes, baby, you're negative, you don't have it, like that, and the minute she said that, I felt tremendous.
Yeah,
I started feeling better. Before you know it, I'm singing in the car. Y'all, the mental aspect of your body is really strange. I mean, you can like I said, you can get sick worrying about being sick because it happened to me. I mean, look, and then of course, I continue to test negative, didn't have any problems, and never developed any symptoms. So,
well, it's I know we have a lot of medical professionals. Is that good? Are we good with that? Are we happy with the 704? Is that all right?
Well, I'm confused how you can be very high at 704, but there's a potential to be 2,500.
Yeah, it's a pretty broad scale.
That's a broad scale. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
9 minutes to the top of the hour. The show that is still here nearly 28 years later. Basically because people have heard about the show, listened to the show, and then said, you know what? That's not as bad as I thought it would be. The TuneIn app is back and rocking. Helmsy got that up and running late in the show yesterday, but we wanted to be sure it was stabilized before we said. So welcome all of our TuneIn folks back. We had an equipment problem here at the Plaza, got that repaired, and we are back on our 24/7 TuneIn channel where you get the live show streaming on the TuneIn app. It's a free app, and then you get 24/7 of Rick and Bubba Best of Moments.
Yeah, our outage yesterday had nothing to do with the Facebook, Instagram outage. It was on our end, but wow, the timing.
So
we'll cover that story later. I don't know how that happens, but anyway, Rick, kind of wrapping this up, I got an email from someone who works in the medical field. I'm going to be real careful.
Watch
here.
Watch out,
if I can
704.
spit it out
Hey, watch out, 704.
To protect their situation.
Are you 704 or 708? I can't remember.
It's 703.8.
That's 704.
Yeah, 704 for our argument. Mm-hmm. This person had emailed me and said, hey, did you ever hear back from your lab work? I had COVID almost a year ago. I had my antibodies checked, and it was close to 300. I'm in the medical field, and later this month, I will no longer be employed because they are mandating the vaccine, and I refuse to take it at this time. Many of my coworkers listen to the show, and we didn't know if we had missed the report or not. So there it is, 704, 703.8, and that's 10 months after the fact. So the old natural antibodies hanging in there a little longer than what they told us to begin with. But you know, Rick, this just disturbs me, the fact that we were making such a big deal, and we needed to. It was justified for the people who were on the front line during the first year of the COVID war, and they were working. And I've seen some of the schedules that these people were working. I don't see how they did it. Yeah. Quite frankly, I don't see how they didn't just die in the street. Yeah. With the overtime they were running, and the days they were running, and how long they went without a break, and all of this, and we hail them as heroes, rightly so, because they were taking care of those that were sick that, quite frankly, nobody else wanted to be around them, you know. And here we are now putting them out on the street like they're a common criminal or something because they won't get the vaccine. If they survived all of that, don't you think they're okay? Or shouldn't that be their choice?
Well, I mean, you know how certain things stick in your mind. Now, didn't we get an email, another person that didn't? Isn't that what you're reading? Is this?
I'm reading it. I'm paraphrasing it from their email.
Yeah, and they're saying that they're going to
they're going to be let go at the 15th.
Yeah,
yeah.
So I don't understand that logic because I think it's lunacy that you would mandate something that these people in the medical field are perfectly comfortable with. Most all of them that are working on the front lines have natural antibodies because they got exposed to it dealing with all these patients. And they're saying that they would not like to be forced to get the vaccine, but they want to continue to work. And again, it does sound odd that we're trying to protect fully vaccinated people from unvaccinated people, but yet we're telling everybody that if you'll just get the vaccine, your worries are over. But and we can all return back to normal, as you hear all the time. But I just think that's a bad strategy because from what I've gathered, to Bubba's point, we desperately need these people that, as you said, we were calling, and rightfully so, heroic. Now, many of them said, I'm not a hero. This is the job I always do. And when people get really sick, if I train to be in the medical field, then I should expect to be working whenever people are sick.
Yeah.
So some people are saying they thought the hero thing was, they appreciated it, but just, I'm not really being heroic for just doing my job.
Right, but it was an extreme condition.
Yeah, but it was. But I have no problem. We need to be very, very thankful, and we're thankful for these people and how hard they work all the time, but especially how hard they're having to work now. But to tell them
to ease that pressure, we're going to fire a bunch of them.
That makes no sense.
And I saw where the governor of New York said, "Well, we're going to bring in the National Guard." How many National Guards that you've got can be nurses that are qualified to be nurses?
It's just dumb.
Thousands,
especially when we really don't have any strong evidence that the people with antibodies are at any more risk than the fully vaccinated people. It's almost like you're getting what you need anyway. The antibody nurses are just as protected as the vaccine nurses, based on what we have right now. Now, if that goes on to not be proven going forward, then fine. But it's not like they don't have any protection. You know what? They're not dangerous. I can still see in my mind there was a nurse holding up a sign who did not want to be forced to get the vaccine that said, "I have treated," and it was 500 and something patients. "I have strong, full antibodies. I'm not at risk, nor am I at risk to anybody else."
Rick, that's what is just so bizarre to me about this. It hasn't been intellectually honest. It hasn't been transparent. The whole reason you get the vaccine is so your body will generate antibodies.
Right.
So if you got them from another source, you've already got them. I just don't know why that is such a negative. And we know the ones from the shot don't last forever. We're going to have boosters, and God knows how many years of that. And, I just don't get it. By the way, too, just FYI, article that was online here in our state on AL.com said that there is they're trying to get people, they want 15,000 people for a study on the effectiveness of ivermectin, Flonase, and one other drug to treat COVID. So they're about to have a big 15,000 person study on something that we're being told ain't no way it works. So apparently it might. They're going to look at it again.
Well, they can come to Chilton County because we all on it.
Look, Rick, here's the thing. It may not work. We don't know, but don't rule it out just because it gets in the way of the almighty vax.
Yeah,
Hey, and we had another treatment working. Monoclonal antibodies made in a lab, synthetic antibodies that we gave people. Working miracles. Cutting that back. Not enough vax. You're going to have to pull that back a little bit.
Look, I got to...
Is that not... that's another thing that's asinine.
Yeah.
How about send it to where people are sick, save lives? You don't need to save them for Oklahoma, Raggedy Ann, if they don't have the cases.
Right.
How ridiculous.
Top of the hour. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show from the Broadcast Plaza. And teleport, a brand new hour. The real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Adler here. Speedy out. He'll be back tomorrow, the next day. Willett Meade still in play. Hasn't spun yet this week, so that could happen at any time. Be paying attention for that. Your phone call's coming up this hour at 866-WE-BE-BIG. And welcome back. There's Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Honored and privileged. My number is 704. What's yours?
That's right. For some reason, I think that's mine as well. Matter of fact, I'm really cocky. I'm giving myself an 806. But anyway,
Rick, go there and get yours tested. We need to track all this.
I will. I'll get it done. It's just a portal. Does anybody just pick up the phone anymore and say, "Can you come at 11:15 on Wednesday"?
Greg,
does anybody do that anymore?
The portal is not as hard as
I know, but does anybody ever pick up the phone anymore and say, "Hello, can we help you"?
I know.
Not many.
I'm with you.
Not many.
Every time I call,
When you get there, there's a lot of nice people.
Yeah.
It's just you can't get them on the phone.
every time I call customer service of any kind, I start screaming, "I need to talk to a representative. I want a person." Well, okay, what is your problem? And in a few words, tell us what your problem is. I want to talk to a person. You say you want to talk to one of our representatives. Yes, and then you hear the music. You hear the music. Before our representative gets on, give us some idea of what your problem
so
is.
we'll know where to send
Put
your
a
call.
person on, and then you hear the music, and then what do you hear after that? Due to the high demand, and I know
Hold on.
For some reason, everybody blames everything on COVID now. Due to the pandemic.
Oh, I know.
Rick, do you
I'm
always
thinking to myself, what has cable got to do with the pandemic?
Yeah, every time I call, we're experiencing abnormally high volume.
Abnormally high.
And I will go, every time I call, it's abnormally high. Maybe you need more phone lines.
Maybe you should just say,
Because if it's all the time high, then you're not where you need to be.
you know what? And it also isn't abnormal.
Yeah, I know it.
So what you need to say is, hey, man, we ain't got a lot of folks. You're going to be on hold a while. Just say that.
This is what I would like to hear one time. We have very low demand. Your call is going right through.
Right.
We'll be with you.
Well,
Here is
sure.
someone that will actually speak English and probably from the continental United States.
Then you feel the pickup. Then you think, please.
That's what Mr. Busby.
Is this William Burgess?
And I'm thinking, oh, my gosh.
Is this Mr. Bugsby?
All right, so
Rick, and of course, with what I feel like is a celebration of the antibody test today, of course, I get an email to bring me down.
of course.
It says, hey, one thing not being considered. Well, wait a minute, wrong one. They basically said, okay, here it is. Hey, guys, I'm not in the medical field.
Okay,
but
well,
with,
then
but with all the focus on the
alrighty.
levels of antibodies, this doesn't make sense to me. With no other vaccine do we test antibodies to see if they're still working. If I had the MMR antibodies tested today, I wouldn't have any active antibodies unless I'd come into contact with measles, mumps, or rubella. To me, having constant levels of antibodies would lessen my body's ability to fight off other sickness. One last thought, wasn't people dying from COVID because our immune response was too much, too strong, and it was causing people not to be able to breathe? Just a question. Thanks, Doug.
I can't even follow Doug's email. I don't know what Doug's talking about.
Well, initially it looked like the over-response to our body was causing the mucus in the lungs, which is why people couldn't breathe.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. It's a good question.
Well, I mean, but that's
Duh.
So anyway, yesterday, we came in and we had issues, and it was on our end with the TuneIn app, and we got that resolved. So it had nothing to do with the actual platform of TuneIn. But then we get this deal from was it Adler who sent out the Facebook and Instagram are down. Now, when he first said that, I thought he was just talking about ours.
Yeah, I did too.
And so
I was messing with
I thought, well, the cancellations finally happened. The cancel culture has got us.
They got us.
But it was the entire deal all that were owned by the same people, right? So Facebook, Instagram, and WhatsApp,
Correct.
all went down.
Correct.
And it was weird that it all went down after 60 Minutes interviewed the whistleblower.
Yeah.
That timing.
It was a
How
very
about that?
damning report. Let me put it that way.
Yeah. And have we had the what's her name, Jane Doe's daughter? Has she got interviewed yet on ABC?
Rose.
Was that last night?
Yeah. Yeah, Jane Roe's daughter.
Yeah, was that last night?
She was on yesterday morning, I think.
Is there?
It was on ABC.
I don't even know what you're talking about, so I can't chime in.
Well, they were going to interview because the whole Roe v. Wade.
You got to remember what my morning was. I don't know what was discussed yesterday.
So the Roe v. Wade case was a woman who said
Jane Roe,
who said she wanted the right to abort her baby and didn't have that right.
She was from Texas.
Right. So then all these years, she went out and actually, which was weird, was pro-choice. Then became pro-life. Then before she died, she said she's still pro-choice. She was getting good speaking fees to be pro-life, so she pretended to be pro-life.
Right.
And that's how it all ended, which was really weird. So anyway, but everybody's always wanted to talk to the daughter that
the baby
that would have been aborted.
Wow.
So she's 50 something now.
Yeah, she was not aborted because it was illegal. She was given up for adoption. Never knew who her biological parent was, and just found out not too long ago, I guess, when she was over 18 or something.
Yeah.
And anyway, she has not come forward until this interview.
Yeah, the National Enquirer tried to give her big money when she was 19, and she would not come forward. So now she's in her 50s, and she was going to be interviewed by ABC, and now she's no fan of her mother, her birth mother.
Didn't want to meet her.
No, but you would think, that people go, well, if she's going, and I was laughing at our fellow Blaze host, Glenn Beck, because he was, because I had to leave early after the show yesterday to take care of some stuff, and so a lot of times I'm not in the car that quick, but I could hear Glenn on one in our market, and he was on there going, now let me just prepare everybody for this. ABC is promoting the interview with this daughter.
Right.
Okay. The daughter now lives in Texas, where the abortion law is all this controversy. He goes, I hate to ruin but do you really think they're going to put this daughter on and her talk about that she would have never had life, if her mother had been able to, and she's suddenly going to be this wonderful proponent for pro-life? Do you really think ABC is going to do this interview?
The fact that they're doing it should show everybody where it's
he said, with all the things that are in play here and this Texas thing and all that, do you really think they're going to interview her and her go, well, you know what, I'm a living example of why everybody needs to be pro-life. Even if you don't think you can take care of your baby, at least give us a life. I've had great adopted parents. He goes, do you really think that's how this is going to go? He goes, now I don't know how it's going to play out, but I can promise you it's not going to be this great day or night or whenever the interview was for the pro-life movement. I can promise you that, because if it was, it wouldn't see the light of day on ABC.
Now the part I saw, and I didn't see a whole lot of it. When she was asked how she felt about the issue, she said she had her own feelings, but she was not going to make them public because she didn't want to be used by either side. Right. That's the part I saw.
Right. So what was the interview about? I mean,
I think it was all about how they had approached her and why she's coming out now, and the fact she didn't. Like I say, I didn't see enough of it to know, but I did see that clip from the interview that she said she has her own feelings on the issue, but she doesn't want to be used by either side. So I don't know. It may be a lot of nothing. I don't know.
Well, it would seem to me, I'm not trying to get in someone's head, that if I'm alive. And I wouldn't have been alive.
Yeah, that I'm probably for the thing that kept me alive.
You would think.
I would think that. And the fact I got to be raised by parents and have a life, and
it would almost be like somebody had been saved by a ventilator in the COVID run, but they were against people making ventilators.
Yeah,
But
I don't know. So, we'll take your phone calls next at 866-WE-BE-BIG. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 21 minutes past the hour. All right, so let's get you lined up here at 866 We Be Big, and let's find out what is on your mind. The folks, what's the company that has Facebook and all? Is that Google? Who does Facebook, Instagram, and WhatsApp?
Facebook. It's Facebook.
Facebook
does Instagram and WhatsApp.
Oh, that's right. That's they claim that their being offline yesterday had nothing to do with the interview, and they had some sort of something they tried and it went south or something.
Yeah, they tried to change something with their network and caused an outage.
That's what they're saying. Of course, it was all day.
It's
7
just,
hours worth.
It's just shocking to me when you're at the level that they're at worldwide. All the servers they have, all the farm, they're worldwide.
Yeah.
And how in the world do you not have backup for that? How does that ever happen?
Well, they're not telling us the truth. You know that.
Well, that's the key. It's
They ain't telling us the truth.
But I mean,
because of what you're saying.
whatever they have,
Yeah.
they.
You know me, I'm
got,
for a hot backup.
They've got servers hosting Facebook, but I mean, I can't believe they don't have like one on each coast and they back each other up or something. You know, I mean,
well, they probably do, Bubba. They're just not telling the truth.
Right, but
Something's
to your
not
point, you're
adding
kind of
up.
making the point.
Yeah.
did somebody go in there and mess them up?
I tell you who did, the whistleblower. Pam in Mississippi. Pam, go ahead. Welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you today?
I'm doing fine. How are y'all?
We're great.
Fired up and ready.
Awesome. Well, I'll tell you what, I'm a customer service champion.
Are you really? We'll be the judge of that.
Sure am.
Yeah, we'll be the judge of that.
Sure am.
Yeah. So who do you work with?
Oh, well, right now I need a job.
Oh, do you really?
I do. I do.
So you?
And, yeah. No, well, I tell you what. Now, I moved from Knoxville, Tennessee, to Eupora, Mississippi, about 6 years ago.
Okay.
I had no idea that the job market was as bad as it is here.
Gosh, I would have thought they'd be people just begging you to come to work.
Yeah, right now especially.
Yeah.
Well, maybe not in your line of work if you're in customer service, because
Well, actually, I was in the marketing and advertising.
Yeah, well, I would think there would be a lot of openings right now.
I would too. But, you may just have to take what you can get and work your way out from there.
Hey, I tell you what, last job I had, I was waiting tables, and I hadn't done that since I was 16 years old.
Well, you know what, though?
I'm the same age as y'all are.
Oh boy. Well, God love you.
I'm 50. I'm 50, so just turned 57.
Well, you know what?
And
keep on.
That's a great age.
Yeah, you keep on keeping on, and there's opportunities out there.
Pain.
Yeah, if you Pam in Mississippi, if you need somebody who's a customer service champion,
Gets after it.
she's there.
And very cheerful.
Pam, put us on your resume, and we get a call about you. We'll say, hey, she's awesome. Let's go to Nikki out of Wetumpka. Nikki, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, I was just wondering what the actual name of the test was that Bubba had done to test his antibody level.
All I know is they sent it off to Quest Labs.
Okay.
So I don't know. If it's an antibody test that goes to Quest Labs.
Yeah, if you ask your medical...
I think they send most labs to Quest.
Well, not always, because the earlier ones they did in-house.
Well, I'm talking about the ones that they
number.
have to send off.
Right.
Quest is just a...
Ask your doctor this. Say, I'd like to have the... Because I know what
I
it's
want the number.
I want the one Bubba got.
I know what it's called. Say, I want to do the test. It's called, how about them antibodies? And no,
Okay, listen. It's called, wait a minute.
just tell them you
Isn't
want
it
the
called
one.
a spike protein test? Something like that?
just tell them you want the one that they have to send it off.
Yeah, just...
You want the number. You want the number to come back on the antibodies between 0 and 2,500.
Yeah, if you tell your doctor you just simply want the antibodies test that gives a number, I bet he knows what it is.
Yeah.
Or she. So
she's probably she done a few of them.
Yeah, so just tell them you want the one with the number. That Rick and Bubba can't think of the name of.
Right. It's called a spike protein something.
Let's go to Andre in Montgomery, I-92 WLWI. And Andre, go ahead.
Andre.
Morning, fellas.
About it.
Hey, Andre.
I just wanted to, I had a joke for Bubba that I seen yesterday with regarding the Facebook crash. It said when Facebook and Instagram went down, ham radio did not. Amateur radio keeping people in contact since 1901.
That's funny.
Oh, yeah.
Well, the problem with ham radio, though, with our society today, it's impossible to post a selfie. Let's go to South Carolina, where Alan is standing by. Alan, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
All right. Good morning, fellas.
Hey.
I wanted to let you know I got a buddy. He's 94 years old. He was in close contact with a guy who tested positive the next day for about 3 hours, and he thinks that since he had in World War II took all that quinine, that he thinks that might have helped him.
Say that again. In World War II, he was exposed to what?
Well, he wasn't exposed to nothing. They had to give him all that quinine.
No, I didn't know that. No, what is that something they gave them?
Yeah, in World War II, he's over in the jungles. They kept him, from getting malaria.
Understood.
Right,
okay. I just didn't know the name of it. Okay, I got you.
Yeah,
The anti-parasite. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, and he didn't have no problems at all.
Well, yeah, Sherry must be. I mean, because she's so full of malaria drugs right now. I mean,
what did she have to take to go?
Probably that. I don't know what it was.
We need to see. That might be a big
whatever
big
Farley told her to. But her doctor asked things like, "You're going to be in an urban area. You're going to be rural." And that way, it's all
Rick. Both.
Yeah,
I might drive to town.
I'd
Give
like
me what I need if I go to town.
I'd like to have the one that protects me from all malaria.
Yes, I'll go with all malaria for 300, please.
Blake in Mississippi. Blake, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
What's going on, guys? How y'all this morning?
We're fantastic.
Great. Hey, I was calling to reference the ladies just a minute ago about no job hiring anywhere. I'm not sure about a new Corps, but there is folks hired at Starkville everywhere. People needing help, sirens need help now, like everywhere.
Yeah, I'm seeing the same thing.
Too, I know a lot of times people don't want to go into a job they feel like maybe they're overqualified for.
Mm-hmm.
But with the lack of good employees right now, I think anything you do, if you do it well, you're going to move up quickly.
Move up real quickly, yeah. And to me, if I need income, then I'm not overqualified for any job.
No.
Let's go to Brad. Brad, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Morning, boys.
Hey, buddy.
I just wondered if y'all seen on the news yesterday over in Abbotsford at a stitching plant. They're making $15 an hour. So they got a little Mexican girl on there want to go on strike to make more money.
Is that the extent of the call? That's it?
Rick, I go back to our conversation in the
didn't,
commercial break.
I didn't see the story you're talking about,
right.
But I would think it's probably across the board. Most people who, whatever you're doing, would like a raise.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But I don't know too many people going, that's enough. I don't want any more.
Right. Well, you make the play. If you do that, here's how it works. You either are in a position of advantage, you've got leverage, and so then you can find a way to get paid more because they need you, and you get together and say we're not going to work for this. But if you're not in a position of leverage, then they just put somebody else in at that job at $15 an hour, and you get to go home.
Yeah, that's the free market. That's how it works out.
Megan in Alabama. Megan, go ahead.
Megan.
Hey, good morning, Green Acres.
Thanks for the call.
Thank you.
What's on your mind?
Hey, guys. Y'all were talking earlier about the Commodores and Lionel Richie. Have y'all heard the CD that he does, the Icky, as a collaboration with the country?
Boy, your phone was just breaking on us a little bit there.
So sorry. It just. So sorry. I know that if we had a show where people could just send us pictures, it'd work fine. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour. All right, so we're back. LinkedIn.com/Bubba. Proud to be on the Rick and Bubba show. And look, this is maybe what was it? Pam that called out of Mississippi can't find a job.
Yep.
So Pam, why don't you go to LinkedIn.com/Bubba because you're going to see some opportunities out there. But maybe you're a business and you don't know how to get your opportunity in front of the Pams of the world. Well, go to LinkedIn.com/Bubba because then you'll have access to LinkedIn's. It's the world's largest professional network of over 770 million professionals. And here's what they do. They're going to get some screening questions from you, meaning what? You're not going to interview people that never really have a chance. You're like, well, why am I interviewing this person? This person doesn't have the qualifications we need. So what they're going to do is give some screening questions. So then when you get people, in front of, the people that look at your opportunity, they've already been pre-screened, so now you interview the best of the best, the top candidates. So go to LinkedIn.com/Bubba. You can post your job for free as a listener of the old Rick and Bubba show. LinkedIn.com/Bubba. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Free now. Free job post. All right.
Free.
So we got some celebrity news.
We got gold.
Celebrity news. Celebrity news.
We sing about,
and we sing about truth at $10,000 a show. That right. Wanna see my picture on the cover? Wanna buy 5 copies for my mother? Yeah. Wanna see my smiling face? Cover of the Rolling. All right, so Bubba, first of all, Captain Kirk is going up.
How about that?
Captain Kirk's going up. William Shatner will fly to space aboard Blue Origin rocket.
The battle of the free enterprise, the private companies going to space, this is really getting good because they're trying to outdo each other on the PR scale.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, we're going to send the first girl who has a prosthetic knee and was cured of cancer.
Right.
We're going to send William Shatner. We're going to send a lady that should have been a regular astronaut and missed it by 1.
Sending her.
We're going to send Jeff Bezos.
Right.
We're going to send his brother. We're going to auction off a spot.
Right.
Well, we're going to auction off. We're going to draw one if you gave to this charity. This is great. This is great. Trying to outdo each other, creativity. I'm all for it, Rick. We even got a new group now that's going to operate out of the spaceport out in Arizona that are going to carry people to orbit, low Earth orbit, or the edge of space, if you will, EOS, on a giant balloon. Have you seen that? They're going to fly in a crew container where it's got all these windows, all these seats. They're going to carry you basically with like a weather balloon up to the edge of space. The balloon will pop. You'll come back down on a parachute to take in control, and they're going to land you on a designated landing spot.
Yeah, so we're just shooting people
and
up
those
in there.
tickets are going to be $50,000 a seat.
Is there anybody who's willing to launch Dr. Fauci? And maybe can we launch him at any point?
Most of these are round trip tickets, Rick. So nothing gained there.
Right. What if we wanted to see how far we could
Problem-
launch somebody and we didn't care whether it came back or not?
What if we tied his belt to that balloon and let him go?
But I bet that's funny. But he's 90 years old. Should we be doing this?
Well, I think he'll be the oldest person to go into space. Because he'll set a record.
What Blue Origin is telling you back to this perfectly laid out contest you're talking about, we're sending Captain Kirk. That's what they're saying.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, everybody's going for the high PR. And see, Rick, all along, we said years ago, NASA should have been doing more of this to begin with.
Yep.
They sent John Glenn back up as a payoff so his committee in Congress wouldn't investigate Bill Clinton. We remember that.
Yes.
So, but this is a little more fun, I think. You've also got Virgin Galactic that has been cleared to resume their flights. So, I mean, this is just if you grew up in the space age that I did, and I thought this was going to be our future, and we ground to a halt going to the moon, we ground to a halt doing new, creative, fun things. We did build a space station. That's okay. But we want to go out there. We want to go further. We want to see what's out there. We want to look. We want to walk. We want to bring back rocks. And you know, we're headed that way, and we got many people competing. That is the best way to do it. It's just this is so American to do this,
It really
and I
is.
love it.
I do too. Bubba, we have a North Carolina high school.
Now, it took a South African guy to get it going,
But
but
that's
it's
all
an
right.
American thing to do.
But you know
and
what?
a British guy,
Yeah, right.
and
They
I
ain't
don't
an
know where the
American
other guy's from.
They
I
ain't an
think
American in the bunch.
I think he's a bookseller from California. But anyway,
Right,
it only could happen in America. Rick.
That's right.
You can't do
No
this
matter
in
where
other
you came
countries.
from.
That's right.
And they got here legally.
That's the mixing pot. See, the best, the cream rises to the crop. To
What?
the top. Yeah, and the crops come in. And the top is where the best is at.
Will Ferrell, Bubba, and our celebrity news. So, the Roanoke Rapids, North Carolina, they love the Will Ferrell because this is where his parents and grandparents are natives, and they said from time to time Will Ferrell stops there for a bite at what they call Second Street lunch, whatever that is. But anyway,
What state's
this is in North Carolina, and it's at Roanoke Rapids High School.
Yep.
And on their 100th birthday, they started working all their Will Ferrell connections, and they have been sent a cowbell, you know, from the More Cowbell sketch that is supposed to be autographed by Will Ferrell, and it says Happy 100th to RRHS, More Cowbell, and it says Will Ferrell. Now, Greg, of course, the skeptic, is claiming that what if just somebody did this for them and it's not really Will Ferrell's autograph?
So then they auctioned it off, right? Do I understand that right?
It's going to be for their special auction.
And they did, I think.
Yeah.
And it,
Oh, sorry,
and it got
happened, okay.
$3,600 by a local
Okay,
dentist
good.
who was
There you go.
grew up and graduated from that school.
Yeah.
I would have thought, honestly, it would have got just a little bit more
I
than
agree.
that.
Yeah. So there it is. And
Greg said he'd give $4 and not look back.
yeah, he would, the $4,000. So that's kind of cool. And I'll be honest with you, some of you were texting me and sending me emails and saying stuff on social media over the weekend. You were asking two things. Have I heard from John Thomas? That was a big one. Still haven't heard from John, but did you hear from Will Ferrell? Because if you remember this right here.
Hey, this is Will Ferrell, and you're listening to The Rick and Bubba. This has been an elaborate hoax.
Was Will Ferrell calling me on my birthday?
Yeah, that was pretty cool.
That was a big one.
Speedy chased him down.
It is. And now watch me tie this celebrity update together.
Okay.
Will Ferrell was once in Talladega Nights, which is the reason he called, because he was in town shooting that.
Right.
And the rain-shortened Talladega race yesterday, Bubba Wallace wins Talladega.
Bubba Wallace.
Bubba Wallace. Now, you know, Bubba Wallace, I wish we could just live in a time that we'd say, hey, Bubba Wallace, the NASCAR driver, and his team won Talladega yesterday. But, of course, we have to talk about the ethnicity of Bubba Wallace, who now will be the first African-American driver to win a major NASCAR race since Wendell Scott.
The legendary Wendell Scott.
Wendell Scott. Have you ever seen Grease Lightning with Richard Pryor playing Wendell Scott?
I have not sat down
Fantastic
and
movie.
watched the whole movie. I want to.
Yeah.
I actually met his widow at Talladega one time.
That's right. You told me
Yep,
about that.
yep.
Yeah.
Very nice lady.
Yeah. So Wallace says got some credibility to my name now. It was the first time he won a Cup race in 143 starts, Wendell Scott won in 1963. But anyway, so that's a big celebration, and I don't know how long the race went. I'm looking at this. I know they had to stop it early.
He found out it was a weird way to win a race, to win anything, not taking anything away from him. He was in the lead when they had it, but he's kind of sitting in his box, hanging out when they said, "Hey, we're done for the day." And
Yeah.
so it was kind of. I hate that for him because
a little anticlimactic.
It was.
But they looked pretty excited when they got the
Absolutely.
news.
Yeah.
Because I guess you're sitting there going, cancel it. I'm in. Just cancel it.
So Bubba Wallace now drives for the team that is owned by Michael Jordan and Denny Hamlin. Is that correct?
Correct.
And so that's a big win for them. McDonald's, big sponsor, so that's a big win.
Number 23, right?
Yeah, big win for them. But, yes, would it have been cooler to watch him come to the line, live? That would have been cooler.
Because it's not the same to go back out in your car and do donuts, right?
Right.
They probably had it put up.
Do you still go back out and do donuts?
I would.
Yeah, but how about this?
Listen, anytime you're leading that race and you win, no matter what the conditions are, that's pretty doggone good.
Well, that's right, because you can't be declared the winner if you're not out front.
That's right.
So Bubba Wallace wins the rain-shortened Talladega race yesterday.
I'm just glad they were able to get it in. I didn't know that they would get it in at all. Looking at the weather for the next few days.
Yeah, Sunday it wasn't going to happen, and then like you said, the forecast yesterday also was not great in our state, and they did have to shorten it, but they did get enough of it in that it counts. Bubba Wallace was in the lead and gets his first Cup win. We'll be right back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's 9 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. Thank you for being with us for another edition. All right, so we're going to get some interviews here. Brian Laundrie still has not been brought in. He is the major suspect for the murder of his girlfriend when they were on some sort of road trip. Something everybody thinks went south. She has been murdered. It was ruled a homicide. They did find her remains. And now Brian is on the run. And I'm going to tell you what, these survivalists, man, they're hard to bring in. You let them get in the woods, and they're hard to bring in. So here's a couple of videos and audio for you. So here's a point-blank interviewer asking the Brian Laundrie's sister, point-blank, if her parents are involved in hiding Brian. So here it is.
If I knew, I would say. I don't know.
Do you think they're involved, your parents?
I don't know.
Don't know. You don't know.
We know
You're not
nothing.
involved?
We have literally been finding everything out with the news with like everybody else. My kids are upset. You're upsetting my neighbors, and all we want to do is let you guys know that we don't know.
What happened? What did you guys do on the 6th through the 8th at Fort DeSoto?
We were at Fort DeSoto on the 6th. We got there at around 2 o'clock, and we left around 8 because the kids had school the next day.
On the 6th?
On the 6th. We only stayed for about 6 hours.
Who was there?
My mom, my dad, my brother.
Would you guys be willing to go on record to say that you would like your brother Brian
The FBI knows
Laundrie
all this. They've known
to
this
turn
since.
himself over to the authorities?
What was?
So,
well, you got some bulldogs on them there, don't you?
Well, this was an attempt to say, could y'all please just leave us alone? We've already said we don't know anything about it, and we weren't even here.
Yeah, but like I said, if you want them to leave you alone, you're going to have to get on there and say, Brian, turn yourself in. Let this thing go. Let it work itself out. You're not helping the situation by being on the run, because it looks like they are assisting him in somehow. That's why. That's the bottom line in it. May not be, but they look to be,
of course,
involved in at least hiding information.
You're talking about when he came home?
Yes.
And got his stuff together.
Didn't bring the girl with him. Did anybody go, you left with the girl?
Yeah.
Didn't come back?
Right. So anyway, here is the 911 caller that now has everybody saying, hey, he may be on the Appalachian Trail. There's a hiker. His name is Dennis Davis, and he says that he saw Brian Laundrie, and here is that 911 call.
Turn yourself in. Tonight, authorities in North Carolina releasing a 911 call about a possible Laundrie sighting, one of 10 recent calls.
Haywood County 911, what's the location of your emergency?
Well, I'm on the highway right now, but I ran into Brian Lauer just a little while ago.
On the phone with dispatch for more than 4 minutes, an Appalachian Trail hiker claims he spotted Laundrie in a white truck.
And as I turned around and I'm coming back by him, he's waving his arm out of his truck, like for me to slow down. He was talking wild. He said that his girlfriend loved him and he had to go out to California to see her. And he was asking me how to get to California.
The Haywood County Sheriff's Office says the call came in around 2:40 a.m. Saturday. 2 deputies immediately dispatched to the North Carolina-Tennessee border. They encountered one person who was not Brian Laundrie.
That guy didn't sound. I'm not sure.
Well, first off, he's not saying his name right.
Yeah, that's not the smoking gun you're looking for.
I thought it was going to be a little more than that.
I did too. This guy almost sounded like he. I don't even know if he has the right person. So that may be a bum steer there to go to the Appalachian Trail.
Well, I do think the clue to go into this wilderness area was a fake. I think that was they were trying to throw him off the trail.
You're talking about his parents?
Yeah. And he had done the Appalachian Trail before, so that's probably a pretty good idea where he would hide if he was going to do that.
Yeah, so
the wilderness people are hard to find. But Rick, I don't know if it's because we don't put the resources to it or what. I just can't believe we can't put helicopters in the air with infrared
drones
or thermal. What I'm saying, thermal stuff,
right?
And locate where he is. At least get a sighting and go, well, look right there. I know you can cover up to get away from it, but if you have enough of them in the air, it's going to be very hard to move around. or drones. I mean,
Yeah.
whatever.
Yeah.
I'm just saying a helicopter could cover more ground,
And they
stay in
may
the
be
air
doing
longer.
this. I don't know.
So anyway, that didn't sound all that helpful.
But you put 25 helicopters out there, surely they can locate him.
Yeah, I don't know. Look, I'm telling you, these survivalists, they hit the woods are hard. But I mean, eventually they can't live like that forever.
Yeah, you find them hitting a dumpster somewhere.
Bubba, do you see line 2 over there?
Yes, I do, Rick.
John Thomas.
Talk of the devil, eh?
So John, I didn't hear from you on Sunday.
Yeah, but I set my 3 o'clock in the afternoon alarm, which is what it is virtually now, so that I didn't wake you up on your birthday after a heavy night the night before or whatever.
Heavy night before?
Yeah.
Well, John,
Doesn't that happen in your life?
I'm having a wonderful time. Sherry has actually been in West Africa, and she just got back yesterday.
Oh, wow. Oh, that's wonderful to hear. She should have popped down to South Africa.
Yeah, that's
But Rick,
quite a trip.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. May God bless you and keep you. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you.
Hooray!
Thank you, John. I'm 57 now, so thank you for the birthday wish.
Well, we love and appreciate you, eh?
Thank you, John. I hope everything well there in South Africa.
It is. We're heading into our summer, and it's getting warmer, and lots of wonderful challenges and opportunities to serve the Lord here. So we're very grateful for all that God is doing through Living Hope and other opportunities to serve Him.
Thank you, John. I want you to know that when Sherry got home, and this is just to be between us, and now I think I can really be confident. When she got home, I did tell her you had already called me.
And let me just say, you threw me off there, Rick. I want to thank everybody for buying coffee and for the support of the Bronner Burgess Memorial Fund that supports Living Hope. It's incredible. We love and appreciate you guys very, very much.
Thank you, John. You guys do great work. I love telling your story, and the audience loves you and the work you guys continue to do. And thank you for calling me and wishing me a happy birthday.
Thank you. God bless you all and everyone who's listening.
Thank you, John.
And
hopefully I'll see you soon.
And Rick, I may not be hunting this year, so I can go ride 4-wheeler.
Yes, that's right. You could. You're not playing tennis anymore?
February next year, we're allowed back in the U.S.
Oh, good. Then we'll go ride 4-wheelers.
Amen. Let's do that.
Thanks, John. Love you, buddy. Bye-bye.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
7 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. The real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Adler all here. Speedy out. Be back with us tomorrow, the next day. I'll tell you who is here. Number 12 on his jersey, but he's number 1 in your heart. Bill Bubba Bussy. Bubba, welcome out, bud. How you doing?
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for being part of the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
Oh, Urban Meyer. By the way, a funny quote from one of our listeners. You know, we talked about having a backup plan like with the Facebook thing and all this and referred to it as a hot backup. One of our listeners said, were you quoting Urban Meyer? So anyway, that's a good one, by the way, Danny. All right, so Urban Meyer has now, it's hard to get an apology out of Urban, but it looks like we finally got one. And his apology is, you see the photo here that we saw, the footage from him going to his steak place, and a woman is dancing. She's backing things into a parking spot.
Is that twerking?
Yeah, it's kind of a twerking kind of backing up there, and unfortunately, the parking spot appears to be Urban Meyer's hands.
Yeah,
and
Urban.
At first you saw the footage. Now the footage has
we got a different angle that explained a little more.
Yeah, and he apparently was his hands were engaged.
Yes.
So Urban Meyer has now apologized for being a distraction, and here's Urban Meyer's apology. Here it is.
Yeah, I just apologize to the team and staff and for being a distraction, just stupid. And so I explained everything that happened and owned it, and just stupid. Should not have myself in that kind of position.
Urban, did you fly back with the team, or did you stay in?
No, I stayed to see the grandkids, and we all went to dinner that night at the restaurant. And then there's a big group next to our restaurant, and they wanted me to come over and take pictures, and I did. And they were trying to pull me out on the dance floor, screwing around, and I should have left.
How did the team react? I mean, they're probably pretty reactionary, or how did they take it? Your apology?
Well, I've always been so defensive of them. I remember when Trevor told me he was going to go to Vegas for his bachelor party. I mean, I was just, my gosh, man, be careful and surround yourself, and because I've seen this happen. And so the team. I spoke to a bunch of leaders one-on-one. Spoke to all the players. They're good. They were focused on Tennessee, and I apologized again for being a distraction. And a coach should not be a distraction.
How about your family? Did you feel a need to apologize to your family?
Yeah, of course I did. Yeah, that's not me, and that's oh yeah, they were upset.
Have you talked to Shad Khan about it, and what was that conversation like?
I did talk to Shad, and very supportive, and Trent, I talked to him obviously at length. Right when I got that phone call that night, the next night.
So there's little Urban.
That's kind of weird.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did he ever look up at all?
No, he didn't. Maybe it's shame. I hope so. So he apologized to the team for being a distraction, and then eventually they talked about it, asked him about his family, and he said, yeah, he's apologized to them. Of course he did. They're upset. This is one of those things that I know we've said this on the show so many times, but it is worthy of saying again. These men that find themselves in these situations, and there's all kinds of ways you can find yourself in these situations, and we've said it before. First of all, you surround yourself with people that are enamored with you, people who don't love you, so they don't hold you accountable, and you underestimate your own potential for depravity. And I don't know Urban Meyer's commitment to any sort of faith or anything like that, but just the commitment to his marriage. Let's just say that. But anyway, so I think when you look at the situation and you see this is maybe there's some sort of wake up call. But as you and I have said in the past, these men are not married to the kind of women that we're married to. Because let me tell you where I would not be able to do a press conference. Everybody be like, well, boy, is Coach Rick ever going to do a press conference?
I'd probably ask for police protection.
And they would say, well, he really doesn't want to, because right now he's trying to stay alive. Because let me tell you something. I don't know. I just this one to me, when you see people get themselves in situations, you go, well, I can see how that went the wrong way. But for Urban Meyer to be the age that he is, and to be in the position that he is in, and this one seems so obviously the wrong thing to do. Like, no way, no how do you put yourself in that situation? It's just. And then, let's just talk about look. We all know what he did was wrong. We all know that it's inappropriate behavior, no matter what your worldview may be. If you just have any side of you that says, I just don't think that people should treat their spouses this way, their children this way, their grandchildren. Everybody loves to see the granddaddy doing that. I bet that's you talk about a trauma. But anyway. No matter what your view is, but you just have to think to yourself, if you don't think of anything else, don't you have enough sense to know that there's every single phone and every single hand is a video camera?
Oh, I know.
And
you can't get away
a camera. Do you just not have enough sense to just know that?
Well, that tells me alcohol was involved.
Yeah.
Because he's put himself in that situation, and again, you lose common sense, your ability to think. I guarantee that's what happened.
Yeah, there's a reason why Scripture says be sober-minded and alert.
I think, again, and he also did this while they were 0-4. He doesn't know the rules.
He doesn't know the rules about being bulletproof.
4-0, he could probably get away with more. But
0-4 players and coaches are not allowed to misbehave. Now, 4-0s can.
And I think they're real lucky they're playing the Titans at home this week.
Here we go. This is only going to get worse.
Yeah. They're lucky they're playing at home. Could you imagine if they were on the road at Tennessee this week? Because the Tennessee fans they'll go ahead and make a sign now.
Yeah, they will.
Yeah. Huh?
Yeah, they will. Yeah. Or
can you imagine what some of them would say?
And also the obvious, Bubba, that he's probably not allowed to go on the road anytime soon.
Right.
I bet the Jacksonville fans will have quite a few signs at 0-4.
Yeah. Oh gosh.
Hey, that's good.
Urban. Oh, disgusting. Wow. So,
Ricky said a quart low.
Yeah. Oh my.
Bubba.
Wow. So that was an apology. It was.
Urban.
Urban's not. He's been put in these situations before. He's not a big fan of an apology.
No, right?
Yeah.
Rick, it seems like he spends a lot of his time apologizing.
He does.
I don't know if you've ever noticed that. It's always some apology.
Or suffering some health crisis.
Do you think
he might need to go back to that playbook because all these other apologies he's not getting much ground on.
Do you think this is because usually the playbook out of Urban Meyer's playbook is if something happens, it's time to retire again,
or just hang on a couple of weeks, he'll have some health condition come up.
Yeah.
Because that apology sounded a lot like the one when he was at Ohio State about not withholding the information about the guy abusing his wife.
Mm-hmm.
It sounded a lot like it. Then a few weeks later, he suddenly had a cyst in his head or something. I can't remember something.
Right. I wonder if his heart doctor's concerned about this behavior.
Yeah.
So he's trying to get the blood flowing. Looks like.
So Urban has apologized.
Urban.
He apologized for being a distraction to the team, and then also said he apologized to his family as well. So there you go. 15 minutes past. 866 We Be Big is our number. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes now past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. And I promise you, we did not arrange these stories this way for any reason. They just have to be in this order. So we've got the deal in Texas continuing to go on with the Texas abortion ban, and this one has got the left up in arms, and don't mess with Texas and all this. So and Greg, you're right. It seems like somebody tried this once before, but we've got a male Democratic lawmaker, and this is fake. He's not serious about this, but he's trying to make a point, trying to be sharp and make a point about the hey, this is my body, and of course now I will say what he's saying about men and women and where life begins. This is apples and oranges. This is not apples and apples. It's not the same thing. He thinks he's being sharp, then he thinks it is, but he's going to propose a fake bill in this 40-second video. So give this a look-see and a listen.
Yeah, Candace. I mean, you can put aside what his memo says, and he is pushing forward with the bill. Representative Chris Rabb, a Philadelphia Democrat, tells me that the vasectomy requirement at age 40 is just meant to spark a conversation. And if social media is any indication, he's done just that, even though Facebook was down for a couple hours. His memo calls for a change to the definition of wrongful conception to include when a person has, quote, demonstrated negligence toward preventing conception during intercourse. A lot of big words there. It also has Pennsylvanians fired up because it references legal action against men for unwanted pregnancies.
We shouldn't have government making these regulations. I put up this bill to push back because this is something that men don't have to talk about as it relates directly to them. They're making opinions about other people's bodies, and those other people are not men and boys.
Well, again, you and I have tried to simplify this over and over and over again. None of this is what we're talking about.
We need to clarify, too, what he's proposing. Yeah. He's proposing mandatory, and what would be the best name for the surgery?
Vasectomy?
Mandatory vasectomy for men over 40 or after the third child.
Right. And he's trying to be sharp, right. And he really is going through with it. But the problem with this is, though he's trying to be so woke, but honestly, what he's saying is not what we're talking about. That would be like saying that the government is trying to sterilize women.
Yeah,
that they're not. The government. What our country is really needs to decide, and I will even concede that we shouldn't do this because some of us have a biblical worldview. Now, certainly people can say this shouldn't be going on because of their biblical worldview. And if someone is a politician and they have convictions biblically about where life begins, then they should, with their constituents, go out and stand up for what they believe, because they will answer to God for that. But whether you have a biblical worldview or not, the discussion that our country should be having is whether life begins at conception or soon after or not.
Yeah.
And then where life begins from a biological scientific view and the way the human body operates, if that heartbeat does indicate human life, does anybody have the right to destroy it?
That's it.
That's the conversation, because there are
It ain't about whose body.
There are options for someone to say, I don't want to raise this child. I never intended to have this child. Well, other people then can take the baby. And I understand you still have to go through the pregnancy. I got all that. But if it's someone's life, then that is also taking responsibility for our own behavior, men and women. And it is interesting that we want the men, which I agree with. The men should be held accountable for their behavior as well, involving the child. But it is interesting how we pick and choose when we want the father of the child to have a say.
Right.
But anyway, I think that the father and the mother of the child both need to make this decision about where life begins. But do we have the right to do that as a people? That's really the conversation. And on those that are pro-life, and we've said this 1,000 times, and you see the left trying to bring this up too, and I actually agree with them on this. We can't just be pro-birth. We do have to be pro-life, meaning when that child is brought into the world, we're going to help this woman, we're going to help this man that produced this child, and we're going to be there alongside them to help them do something that would not be immoral. Meaning, let's find the child a home. Let's take care of you if you want to have the baby. Let's come alongside you and help you. But that's the conversation. All this is grandstanding and all this. But do we as a people have a right to deny life or take life from a living human being that is innocent? Now, we're not talking about capital punishment. We're not talking about people who have done things that may cost them their life. We're talking about, back to the worldview, as Scripture says, we don't have the right to murder people who are innocent. And now you say, well, I don't have a biblical worldview. Well, then let's go back to the science again. Yeah. Do we have the right? As you as a walking around human being, I've even heard some of you say, well, you don't need the Bible to know what's right and wrong. Of course, you do still have to figure out why you think something's right or wrong, but that's another conversation. Okay, well, then we won't do that. We will just, since you've said that you don't need the Bible to know if something's wrong, do you think that we can kill people in innocent blood? Yes or no? Well, we don't know where life begins. I think we do. I think we're learning a lot about that.
We have the technology nowadays more than we did in the early 70s to make this call.
Yeah, if you follow the science, I hate to use that quote, and we've talked about it many times. That living person has a different DNA than the mother.
That's science.
It's not like a kidney or anything else. So I understand the, hey, my body argument, but at that point when somebody else is introduced into the conversation, and the whole idea of our laws and our Constitution has always been to protect those who are unable to protect themselves. That's part of our whole justice and moral code here in this country.
Right, wherever you think it came from.
And this is a prime example of that. Yeah. So it really does get back to where does life begin? Because once it begins, it has a different DNA. Then it ain't your body anymore. You're the host, but it's not your body technically.
Yeah, the question, no one is trying to say what you can do with your body, I guess, unless, of course, you won't get vaccinated. But
in that case, we're going to tell you exactly what to do with your body.
People aren't telling you what to do with your body. We're asking, can you morally destroy somebody else's body that is housed in yours? That's what we're talking about. And if we would just get our terminology right, and get our science right, if you want all of us Bible thumpers to step aside, then let's have the discussion that is just humane. But you can't with all the – and keep in mind, no one wants to have the real discussion, and you say, well, Rick, how do you know that? Because if a lot of abortions have been stopped by states simply requiring that the young lady or any age lady who is with child look at a sonogram before they make the decision. And they're not even denying them the decision because they can't by law.
Right.
But they want them to have an informed. They want them to have an informed decision, and the pro-choice people, they're always against that.
I know.
See that ought to tell you something.
It's not yours.
Let them have an informed decision. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Let's talk to the people. What's on your mind? Let's go. We get a lot of folks in here. All 10 lines are available, and we'd love to chat with you at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Let's dial us up, get stuff in here. While you are dialing up, and if you dial now, you will get in. I do want to point you to goodrx.com/Bubba. Goodrx.com/Bubba. Prescription drugs can be very, very expensive. And let's face it, getting the care you need and stay healthy really shouldn't cost a fortune, and it should not be so expensive you can't even use it. That's the reason why, goodrx.com/Bubba. I mean, I know people that say, look, this is the drug that I need, but, it costs, so much money, I can't afford to do that. But with goodrx.com/Bubba, you could be saving up to 80%. It's free and it's easy to use, and many times it's often cheaper than using your insurance copay or even Medicare. So go to goodrx.com/Bubba. You'll find discounts for your prescription, the ones that you need, at over 70,000 pharmacies, including CVS, Walgreens, Rite Aid, Walmart, Kroger, and more. It's the #1 most downloaded medical app out there, and millions of Americans use it to get affordable health care every month. So why don't you join us and start saving up to 80% on your prescriptions today? Just simply go to goodrx.com/Bubba. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Let's start with Harold out of Florence, listening to us on WLAY. Trolling.
Keep them phones a trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling, phone troll. Harold, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
Good morning, Rick and Bubba. How you boys doing?
We're good.
Hey, look here, my mama's real mad. Bubba needs to let get his name back on the radio, but that's not what I called. I got some breaking news.
Okay.
Oh, that guy y'all looking for has been spotted in Oxford, Mississippi. He's popping popcorn for free tickets in a concession stand.
The old popcorn statement. Why do you do things like that? Don't coaches know? You can't make those. You're supposed to come out there and say, "Hey, man, I hope we do our part."
Give them coach speak. That's why they call it that.
We hope we just don't get embarrassed.
And if you think about it, people go, well, "I wish coaches would just tell us how they feel." Well, when they do, we mock them.
Yeah, we don't really want to hear what they really think.
No.
Go back to coach speak.
Charlie? Is that Charlie? Charlie in Illinois. Charlie, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Good morning, guys. First time caller, and God bless you.
Hey, thank you.
Listen, I just want to say something about I've been reading, and it's in the bill, and they're trying to pass this deal now to where they can monitor a $600 account in your banking account.
Yeah.
And I read this morning now that they're wanting annual reports sent to the government. Is this why they're hiring thousands of new IRS to come after,
Probably so. This new deal, man, $600. Wasn't it like what?
It used to be 10,000.
I thought it was 10,000.
Yeah, and that just started.
That's a big difference.
That just started under the Patriot Act, I think, when we were trying to catch the terrorists moving.
Oh yeah,
around. It's ridiculous. It's a complete invasion of privacy. And again, I think this goes back to that textbook Democrat idea that there's a lot of people not paying their tax. A lot of rich people. Got to get to rich people.
Get them.
And we're going to get enforcement, and we're going to go get them. Well, until you make people like Google, Amazon, Apple, all those people, till they're paying, you're wasting your time.
Yeah, it's almost like what we say about this pandemic. If we don't shut the door down there on the bottom of the country, if we don't shut that door,
right,
then what we're doing, it's back to your analogy about I'm upstairs. I'm just mopping like crazy.
Yeah, don't do any good.
Yeah, and I'm downstairs mopping like crazy, and it's the second floor toilet that's leaking.
Look,
you better go fix the leak.
Whatever the tax rules are so complicated, so that the politicians can pick and choose what they want to do, go after who they want to go after, punish who they want to, reward who they want to. If you had a fair system, if we'd all be honest, going across the board, a certain percent. Every legal entity, corporation, personal, everywhere the money moves, you would see the story on the news was, President Bussey's proposal is just going to tax the poor. because they're paying nothing.
Oh, I know. Yeah.
But if we're going to be equitable, if we're all going to be in at the same percent, then we're not playing. That's probably what's going to happen because a lot of people haven't been paying any, rich and poor. It's us in the middle that are taking care of it. So till you do away with these loopholes that the uber rich can jump through, and we've heard about some of the schemes how they do it legally, but it's still just a way of getting out of taxes. And we had a fair level. I think it would work so much better than all this we're doing now, where we just throw mud at each other.
Yeah. Joanna in Birmingham listening to ZZK. Joanna, go ahead.
Good morning, guys. My cousin grew up in the States, now lives in New Zealand, but because she chose to leave New Zealand to come here to visit her mother, she had to make a reservation at a government-run hotel for quarantine when she got back at her own expense at $3,300 for 14 days. And then after she did her quarantine, her husband had to get papers from the government to leave his bubble to travel the 3 hours to go pick her up in Auckland because they have roadblocks to make sure you have papers to travel that far away from your home. So that is the socialist country of New Zealand for you.
Yeah, and for some reason it's what we are trying to be forced to turn into for some reason. Doesn't that sound like a blast? I don't care if they film Lord of the Rings there or not. That doesn't sound like a blast.
No, it doesn't.
Let's go to Max.
Lord of the Rings, don't save it.
Dothan, News Talk 1039. Max, go ahead.
Anybody else notice that Tim Tebow led a bunch of drug dealers and serial killers to a championship in 2008? You can add Urban Meyer to the list of bad people.
Okay. Right. Yeah. Well, it's I don't know what that has to do with Tim Tebow. I don't think he can.
He led them, right?
Yeah, did he?
Yeah. No, he's quarterback's all I know.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think Tim has chosen to live his life a certain way, and we're all speaking from experience. I think you can't make other people live a way.
No,
I mean, you can talk to them, you can try.
Look, I'm trying to win a ball game.
Yeah. Let's go to Mike in Huntsville. Mike, listen to 100.3 The River. Mike, go ahead.
Hey, man, I would just like to congratulate the congressman from Philadelphia who broke with his Democratic Party stance that men can get pregnant. He's actually admitted that there's two genders and men can't get pregnant.
Isn't that odd that that's a story? That somebody said, look, guys, I'll go with you as far as you can go, but some of this is just lunacy. It goes back to, and you know how Bubba and I, we've been laughing at Babylon B again this morning.
Oh, some good stuff today.
Man, they got some good ones, don't they?
They do.
So it was this one that they had, to your point, trust us to make health decisions for you, says government health agency that can't define what a woman is.
That's good. I don't care who you are.
I don't care who you are.
That's funny stuff.
Let's go to Christy. Welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead, Christy.
Yes.
You're on the show.
Brad.
Thank for the call.
Good.
Thank you. What's on your mind today, Christy?
I wanted to go back to what y'all were talking about a few minutes earlier about conception and stuff, and when science says when conception is and not. If we're supposed to follow science, and we hear that a lot lately.
Yep.
If you go to space, okay, and say they get something on Mars, and they're looking for life on Mars.
I really want to hear what she's going with
that's you were out of time out.
Yeah,
so
I know it.
Sorry.
I know it. Sorry.
John is going to pick up something about Mars. John, go ahead. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Yes. I just got a question about the abortion. How can bacteria be life on Mars, but a heartbeat is not a life on Earth?
Yeah, that's a great point, by the way.
I think that's what she was trying to say. Yeah,
that's a good one.
John,
Whoever floating that around, that's a good one.
Yeah. If we are jumping up and down, go look, life, and then we look at a sonogram and go, nah. That's
it's kind of hard to follow, isn't it?
Yeah. So I think the point was made by two callers teaming up together. Good job, guys.
They worked it out.
Yeah. Let's go to Andrew in Coleman. Andrew, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, Rick. Hey, Bubba. Green Acres.
Thanks for the call, buddy. What's on your mind? Go ahead.
I just wanted to ask y'all's opinion on the deal going on in Australia.
What's going on? I know that the government has really done huge overreaches involving the pandemic, but what's the latest?
Yes, sir. I don't know the exact latest. I've just seen a whole lot of stuff going around on Facebook where everybody's standing up and fighting the police.
Yeah, the Australians have they got locked down on Alpha when COVID first hit, and they shut them down, couldn't leave their homes, couldn't do anything. Their economy was destroyed. And a lot of the Aussies said, "Look, we're not going to do that again." And then when the variant kicked up, the government has tried to do it again with harsh mandates and limits on their freedoms, and they're getting tired of it.
Yeah, they've just destroyed their economy, and I don't know. When all's said and done, Rick, you keep looking at the numbers. And it looks like no matter what everybody's doing, the numbers seem to work out about the same.
Yep.
If you're wide open or total shutdown.
Yeah, it's like
when it all settles, when all the dust settles from it.
It looks like that the best thing to do is just protect yourself as best you can, and give yourself the best shot to survive it, because all this other stuff doesn't seem to really impact it.
Yeah, too. I point back to that study I thought was really good. If you come in contact with 50 people average every day, if you cut it back to 45, it makes a huge difference in your chances to get it.
Rick and Bubba.
Thank you, Keith. 9 minutes to the top of the hour. All right, so interesting update. We had the caller talking about what the person they knew went through in New Zealand. Well, we got a couple of video audio we're going to do here, but let's start with this one. New Zealand is updating the world, and they're saying that their attempt to stop COVID and go to COVID zero appears to be impossible, and so they are no longer going to stay on this road. So here is it's about a 20-second video audio, so listen to this.
But as you can see, with this outbreak and with Delta, the return to zero is incredibly difficult. And our restrictions alone are not enough to achieve it quickly. In fact, for this outbreak, it's clear that long periods of heavy restrictions has not got us to zero cases.
So that's the
restrictions. Wait a minute.
That's the Prime Minister of New Zealand.
You mean lockdowns didn't do the trick?
Saying, look,
now if you'd have been dealing with the Black Plague, it might have helped, or you were looking at a death rate of 30 or 40%.
Yeah,
but we were not.
Yeah, I don't care how small your country is, trying to get to COVID zero. The Prime Minister said it's
they're
impossible.
Isolated too.
Yeah.
I mean, they ought to be able to pull it off if anybody.
So
could.
she's saying we're lifting these restrictions. So maybe what your friend went through, that seems to all be going away, because they say all it's really doing is destroying people's lives in another way, and it's not getting us to zero.
Yep.
The best is to survive it, and the good news is the odds of surviving it are high, and the more we develop these treatments, it seems to get even higher. So great. All right, so this weird, the New York City subway camera caught a person shoving another person in front of a subway, and they still have not caught this person.
Well, she hit the train. She shoved her into the train as it was going by.
Oh, boy.
Thank goodness it wasn't in front of her, because she would have been disintegrated.
Yeah, right.
But we've had a lot of these
She
lately.
just got up and boom.
Yeah, so what was the motivation for this?
They don't know.
See the backpack on the right of your screen? Watch that person.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
For some reason, isn't here, just bam.
Oh, my goodness.
Knocks her into the moving train, knocks her stuff down. She's hurt. She has to be hauled off, but is okay.
She hit into the side of it.
If she had bumped her a half a second earlier.
So is the person sitting down? She's the one who does it.
Yeah.
So she was waiting on that opportunity.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think she was trying to get her in front of it and just couldn't do it in time?
I don't know. I don't know.
I bet she did. Because you see, watch her. She thinks she can. I think she's trying to push her in front of it. Frankly, but she couldn't get there in time. So. Maybe it snuck up on her. But anyway, whatever she was trying to do, if it was into the side, she did it.
So do we know, was there an altercation prior to this?
No one knows.
I don't think there was.
And
they haven't found her.
We've had several of these where they just pushed them in front of the train.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, straight up.
Oh, yeah.
So, being on that platform, you got to be careful. I've told the family, if you're in that, it's some other weird noise here.
I would say
do not get up there on that edge. Stay in the back.
Look, if you're waiting on the train, keep your head on the swivel.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean,
you might as well be on the kickoff.
Because the crazies seem to be hanging out around the track.
Boy, they really do.
What it is.
Well, let's think about it. And you've seen, gangster movies, and matter of fact, that one movie, that one show that started out good, then it just got so ugly we had to abandon it. That what was that show called? It was about politics and House of Cards. Remember, he got rid of an opponent.
Well, he had the reporter he had an affair with, and he bumped her right in front of the train.
Yeah, that was the end of that. And it was
knew exactly where to go because the cameras wasn't covering that area and all that.
I remember before that show got to where it was so dark, I just couldn't watch it anymore. But
it did. It got really weird. It was good for a while, but it got so weird.
It was just too much.
I had to bail out.
But it was one of those moments which I know we all appreciate when you're watching a show and something completely unexpected happens.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, you did not see it coming.
Yeah, and you go, I didn't see that.
They had been meeting in private, and they had actually had an affair.
Right.
And then all of a sudden, he's meeting her to talk about something, just bumps her right in front of that train.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have that scene, Adler?
Oh, my.
On there? Is it on there?
I don't know.
Well, it's going to look exactly like what you just saw.
Right, yeah.
Minus the headpiece.
Yeah, that boy there.
Wow.
That
ain't good.
Yeah, there it is.
That doesn't end well.
No, it doesn't. And you didn't see it coming because you think it was a prominent actress. So you thought, well, no way they take her out of the series.
Because lately these series have got, they'll bump off anybody.
Oh, they will.
I mean,
because
they don't get used to anybody.
She must have had a gig somewhere else, and producer didn't like her leaving.
Right. But I will tell.
I'll make sure you don't come back.
Right. So anyway, that is they're looking for the person that pushed the person in real life up against the train at a high rate of speed, and it did hurt her. I had to, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
But she is alive?
She is okay.
Okay.
But skin up pretty bad.
But the pusher, and it's a different.
Has not been found yet, but they have released other camera footage of her.
They got a good shot of her.
Yeah, I think I found the real footage. Here it is. Here's the real killer right here.
No, there he is. This is the guy.
I'm sorry, that's Kevin Spacey.
Yeah, right. Look, I mean, it is.
Well, that was before he came crashing and burned.
Yeah. Well, everything just went south on all that.
He's actually pushing people on their own property.
Right. Hey, you talk about somebody that got canceled. I mean, he's long gone, isn't he?
Speaking of actors, and this ties into a space update too, but did you guys see the Russians have launched an actress on one of their Soyuz rockets to the International Space Station? And she is going to film part of the very first movie shot on the International Space Station. You know, Tom Cruise wanted to do that.
I know.
He's going to beat her
yeah,
too.
Right, yeah.
Unless he can get a quick flight up there from SpaceX.
Really?
He probably can.
This is the ones that are going to shoot the scenes? Okay. Wow.
Well, I don't know. Are they? I know she's the actress. I don't know.
But the
who else
others
is
may just be
involved.
straight up actors. Let's not send all the actresses and actors up there. Let's give them some help.
Yeah, somebody needs to fly.
Yeah, one person
right,
at least.
Right. And this explains why Urban Meyer just tried to get on a rocket. But anyway,
you just look at that group. Who do you think's in TV and movies in that group?
Yeah, Urban like as far away from Earth as he can get.
Do you think Urban Meyer's just setting himself up to walk away from? Because it's like, well.
Do you think Urban Meyer knows that he is now? Because a couple of games that they predicted they could win was early on.
Mm-hmm.
They got a tough schedule. And those games are gone. They didn't win.
Right.
It's not going to be a good year for the Jags unless something miraculous.
Do you think
happens.
he's doing a self-destruction thing so he can be fired or walk away? But
He may do it.
Yeah, but you know.
Normally you face an illness. This is a whole nother route.
You may see him on a boat with a bottle here before long.
Helmsley was telling me that you would expect that his wife is on social media liking certain things, and I mean it's a weird.
She is liking the people who are dogging him.
Yeah, it's weird out there.
That is weird.
Top of the hour, we'll come back. We'll get more of your phone calls in and continue to walk through the stories of the day. Will a meet and play this week could happen at any time here on the program. If you're wondering how to get all the Rick and Bubba content on your time, if you're not able to catch the entire show live, you can always do that by going to Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. All the information is there.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
6.5 minutes past the hour. You got the Rick and Bubba Show, 27 and about, 10 months, years, and still here. Still swinging. The real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. And welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for being part of the Rick and Bubba Show.
Well, it's that time of year again. This is the month. Did you realize the candy was originally called chicken feed? And I speak of candy corn. And what does Bubba call it?
Corn candy.
Corn candy. Yeah, candy corn.
Don't like it, don't want nothing to do with it.
Did you know that corn candy divides the nation? That people, candy corn people are very passionate about it, or they loathe it.
I loathe it.
Yeah, it is. I don't like it.
Love it.
I don't like it either.
It's pure sugar, it seems like.
Yeah. Well, Bubba, I can update you on that. Here's your update on that.
Got a little extra in there, too.
Bubba, you are correct. Here's some of the things.
I love it with peanuts.
Here's for those who love candy corn.
You know why? It tastes like a payday.
No, it doesn't.
No, it doesn't.
It does to me.
Yeah, it doesn't. Most of the 9 billion kernels and 35 million pounds that we produce annually, and that's that most of it is eaten around Halloween, of course.
I think. Do you eat any other time? Who? If I catch anybody, it's not Halloween with it.
I have it all the time.
Oh, they do that payday thing. He was talking about, which it doesn't taste like a payday, by the way.
So it says some of the ingredients may surprise candy corn lovers, Bubba.
Mm-hmm.
In addition to
listen to this,
addition to sugar, corn syrup, salt, sesame oil, honey,
all that good
artificial flavor, food colorings. Candy corn also has
dead rats.
Has gelatin and a glaze that comes from a bug secretion.
Well,
it is the lac bug, a parasite found in tropical and subtropical regions.
Can we use something else?
Secretes a waxy, waterproof coating to protect itself, and that's what they put on candy corn.
I thought they had a cereal varnish on there.
The workers scrape the bug secretion from plants.
Good night.
That's
a tedious job to do all that corn.
But Paul Adams, senior editor at Cook's Illustrated magazine, and it's published by America's Test Kitchen, he says, not so fast. He said, a lot of you may be surprised. The lac insect produces that shiny, durable resin that's used as the basis for all kinds of coatings. Are you ready for the list? Jelly beans, milk duds.
Oh, I love milk
and Whoppers. Bubba, you're getting a lot of this.
Oh, wow. I'm eating a lot of bug wax.
Y'all don't understand. Milk duds are one of my favorites.
It says also, Bubba, you're still in
Whoppers.
Bubba, you're still in bad shape. The coating also is on most, many, well, I guess that would be most, pharmaceutical pills. To keep that shiny coating.
Honey's like bee vomit.
Right.
So,
Yeah. They said if you want to find a candy that does not have the insect secretion on it, M&Ms. They don't use it.
Well, see, I make up for it there.
Well, let me say this: is anybody getting hurt by the insect secretion?
No.
Well, then let's eat up.
All right. So
It
Bubba
seems to work really good.
Okay, but see,
Bubba, I know
y'all get on me about the name of this, but it's a candy. At first, I mean, you got to go in order of the importance. It's a candy that looks kind of like corn, so it's candy corn.
Well, no, you call it corn candy.
You call it corn candy.
So you don't even know what you call it.
The real name.
You got it completely back.
But the real name is candy corn.
Yeah.
What do I call it?
You call
Corn
it
candy?
corn candy. Did you hear that speech you just gave?
Yeah, I
us?
did.
Well,
he just talked to himself, I guess.
Corn candy.
Yeah.
You're
I
teaching
don't know
Bubba.
why.
Yeah.
I don't know why. I've got a lot of speech problems.
Did you know in the
He just gave us a speech
to himself
correcting the way it said, and he's the only one.
COVID fog.
He's the only one that says it.
Long fog.
Look out there.
COVID long fog.
Watch out, 704. All right, so originally called chicken feed. All right, well, here we go, buddy. Bubba, since you're looking for somewhat healthy snacks, here comes the calorie
Candy
breakdown.
corn. That's what I always say, candy corn.
You ready for the breakdown? The calorie breakdown on this little piece of gold?
What is one little piece called?
Each piece
30.
Each piece of candy corn has 4 calories. But if you look on the calorie count on some of them,
So how much is a bag?
A calorie
How much
count.
is one bag?
What's considered a serving?
All right, listen. 15 pieces adds up to 110 calories.
Oh, my Lord.
Well, that's every time you
that's
reach
two
in the bag.
handfuls,
Yeah,
right?
every time you reach in.
Now listen to this. Listen to this.
What's a bag?
Experts recommend. Listen, I don't know who these experts are, but health experts recommend that we do not take in more than 25 grams of sugar a day. Would you like to know what 15 pieces of candy corn as Bubba, or corn
15
candy. As Bubba.
serving size.
How much?
Yeah,
How much?
If you eat a handful of 15, that's 22 grams of sugar. And the daily that people are supposed to have is 25 maximum.
15 is not that many.
No, Greg,
I eat way more.
Greg.
Put it this way, I eat way
How
more
much
than
is
that.
in a bag?
Oh,
let's
much.
go to the bag.
Now, it says milk duds are actually good for you.
It does not say that, Greg.
Now, they'll pull your crown out, you might.
It does say.
Oh, if you got any loose teeth.
Yeah.
Greg, in here it says now peanut M&Ms are somewhat healthy.
What about now and laters? What's that now? Remember those?
So I know that you're not bothered by any of this. You're still going.
I'm bothered by it. But,
Are you?
I tend to work through it.
Let's say somebody showed up with a bucket of peanuts and candy corn in it. Would you be bothered by it?
I'd have my handful.
Wait a
pretty
minute.
quick.
Wait a minute. If you follow his logic, if he gets the combination of that snack that has candy corn and peanuts, it's now a somewhat healthy snack.
It is. That's true.
For some reason, Bubba, I don't know why Bubba thought peanuts is healthy.
He acts like they're chickpeas.
People say that peanuts are somewhat healthy.
People say.
I will say this.
I didn't make the rules.
In your defense, if you buy a jar of the planted roasted peanuts, it says heart healthy on the front. It's got a heart. Now, does that mean eat the whole jar?
Greg.
It doesn't. And that's just a marketing thing. They somehow find one study that said maybe that it did one slightly good thing towards the heart.
I'll be honest with you. I have eaten. How do you
same
how
emblem
do you
on Cheerios?
Corn candy. How do you say it?
Candy corn.
Candy corn.
You just gave me a speech on why it should be candy corn, even though you don't call it candy corn.
You call it corn candy, but.
That's like you went back in time.
That is.
He jumped time for
that
just
was
a minute.
great.
Hey, it's obvious. It's candy. That's the first word. We're going to get you the opposite of what you said.
Greg, did John Teeter send you in here?
Yeah. How's Teeter doing? Is he still going to see himself at 12?
But anyway, so back to this again. Here's what gets me, and y'all agree with me. I have things on my list that I say that is worth the unhealthiness that it's going to bring to me. It's worth it.
Yes.
Candy corn's not worth it.
But
I have ate candy corn to the amount that I started feeling funny in my head, started tingling.
I don't
have y'all
like
ever
it.
done that?
No, I'm going to go this far. I can honestly say, and I'll just do it just so I will go the rest of my life and never eat any candy corn from this point forward.
Yeah, I don't like
and not
it.
have a problem.
I don't either.
The Bubba's eating it till his head hurts.
I go over and dabble with it if I'm bored. If somebody's got a bowl of it out there, like on a table right next to me.
What's the sugar content on that birthday cake left?
Bubba.
Because I had a piece of that.
One piece of that birthday cake is it's more than 15 pieces of corn candy. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, well, I just do.
You get that rubber off the top. That thing's good.
Greg. Now, first of all, it is candy, so it's candy. It's candy corn.
Getting honest about it. Rick, and then he goes, "Wait a minute. Now what do I say?"
COVID fog. It's COVID fog.
We were both looking at
I'm
each other
not
like,
responsible.
How about this, Greg? You and I
need a break. Seriously.
You and I are in the camp. All right, Greg, you and I are anti candy corn.
Hey, I could go the rest of my life and never eat
Bubba's pro.
Oh,
Hamza, you like candy corn? Hey, Hams, I'm asking. Hams, are you a candy corn thumbs up, thumbs down? All right. So 2 thumbs up, Adler's a thumbs down. So 3-2 thumbs down.
Adler's, he's into all these
Helmsy and
vitamins.
Bubba likes it. Adler and the Burgess brothers do not.
I mean, I have no desire for it.
I mean, I really like it.
I haven't eaten very many in my life.
I'm going to text Speedy and see if we got overtime. I know he's busy right now, but he's in the waiting room. I mean, he don't know anything right now, right?
Right. He needs something to do.
Now, the bug secretion doesn't bother me.
No,
has nothing to do with it.
Well, I mean,
it's obviously not hurting
crazy
people.
about it.
I'm really not studying that part.
I mean, we eat like meat. I mean, come on, we eat animals.
No telling what's in all those peanuts too.
Yeah. My 6-year-old nephew was trying to push those on me last night for some reason.
Oh wow!
I was over at my brother's house.
Corn candy?
Well, yes, candy corn. Hey, Chris, you want some corn candy? You want some candy corn? I was like, thanks, Charlie. Yeah, thanks, buddy. And then just kept putting it back in the bowl. He kept pushing it on me. I don't know what the kid's deal is.
It's like a little pusher.
So he's big on it.
Oh, he loves it.
Yeah.
What about the chocolate version of it? If you seen
now you could pull me in on that if I let it happen. Rick, chocolate makes everything nice.
But all the other chocolate options out there.
Oh no, I'm a milk dud guy. I mean, I am a milk dud guy.
Normally, I don't agree with Bubba on some food stuff, but it's not the exact thing, but it's kind of close if you combine them with peanuts and candy corn. Now I'm saying corn candy.
Yeah, we can't say it right now.
It kind of tastes like a payday.
Let me tell you what.
It's missing a little something, but it kind of does.
Yeah, because it's not one. People bring that
gosh,
on
not
you
this again.
just so they can overhype it. They act like, hey, you ain't gonna. And maybe that's what hurt it. They told me that my life's gonna change when you eat this peanuts and candy corn. You ain't gonna believe it.
Right.
Tastes like a payday. And I said, well, if I want a payday, why don't I just go get one?
Well, here's
instead
what,
of having to work myself through
guess
candy
what?
corn.
You don't bring me in because guess what? I hate paydays.
I love
had chocolate
paydays.
covered
I love pay. I do
That's
like
just a
paydays.
baby
chocolate
Ruth.
covered one?
That's just a baby Ruth.
I feel
That's a
like
baby
I'm-
Ruth,
I feel
Greg.
like
No, it's not. It's
I
different.
feel like eating a payday is somewhat healthy because of all the nuts.
It is. If you look on the back,
It is.
Does it say heart healthy too?
Of all the candy
I
bars,
think
They got
that's
the little
stickers.
heart on
I
there?
think it's stickers on
Payday's a little bit better. That's all I'm saying. It's a little bit better as far as the other candy
there.
bars.
Covering chocolate takes it out of the picture.
Candy that looks like corn.
Right. Nick Saban said he had some heart healthy ones.
You talking about these candy corn?
That's right. These payday.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This fall, Bespoke Post is back with a new. 22 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba show. So Speedy's dad, they're doing the procedure right now to try to check his heart out. So you guys, he's back there getting that done. So we've been praying about that. You join us in that they'll find what's going on with Speedy's dad. He's in the waiting room right now. And I just text him because we're 3-2 anti-corn candy to pro-corn candy. As Bubba calls it.
Speedy liked it.
Wait a
It was
minute,
a tie.
well, here's what he said. Do y'all count this? He said, it's not my favorite, but I will eat some.
Yeah, that means he's in.
Does that mean he's in?
He's not like Greg that
So-
says he'll never eat any.
Yeah, right.
again.
So 3-3. Well, I'll give it.
He texted me and said, "What did Rick say?"
That's
That's what I want.
Guys, I set y'all up for that joke, and finally Ham's got it. I mean, I every time I would throw it out there, I was going, "All right, come on, guys, this is
it.
This, man, I put this up at the
Whatever
net.
Rick says.
Somebody spike it." By the way, I didn't tell him what my favorite was on purpose to get a true answer. All right, to the phones we go. Richard in Birmingham on 104.7 WZZK. Richard, go ahead.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, I don't understand the big deal about this thing with Urban Meyer. I mean, he was just trying to demonstrate for the young lady the proper hand placement to receive a snap from center.
You're right. Why is everybody giving such a hard time? That's so true. Larry in Greenville. Larry,
And he
go
was
ahead.
not in the shotgun formation.
No, he was not. It was old school, short yardage. I think he was going to say the same thing. You just
Go
hung
on.
up. Let's go to Justin in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Justin, go ahead. Justin.
Yes, y'all was talking about corn candy. That's the grammatically correct way to say it because the adjective should come before the noun.
No.
Look at there,
Just
Bubba.
like when you say candy apple, you're talking about an apple that's candy. We're talking about candy that is corn, so it should be corn candy.
I think that's what you were trying to say a minute ago, and you just got bent out of shape. Okay? But see, Bubba, this guy's trying to come to your defense. Kind of like you do old people that can't think for themselves.
Have y'all heard about long COVID fog? Have y'all heard about that?
No, I haven't. Yeah, this.
When's it wear off?
I wish I knew.
Right. And apparently.
It's what he said.
Like antibodies.
Let's go to Billy in Coleman. Billy, hey, Billy!
Wow, what a wheel. Wait, I've been on hold for a long time.
Yes, you have, Billy.
Seriously, I go back to the sports R's when Greg said, if you have candy corn and everybody's put their skinners down in it,
Right.
and I laughed so hard I wrecked my truck.
There's an old bowl of old candy corn. Everybody's going to put their skinners off in it. Yeah. Where are you on?
I bet Saban would like a good Skinner's joke.
Yeah, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Where are you on when somebody has a bowl of candy that is not wrapped and everybody's going in after it?
Like what? What are you talking about?
Yeah,
like M&M's?
Well, candy corn.
M&Ms?
Yeah, I don't like everybody running their hands through it.
Yeah.
I really don't.
Yeah, it helps build up your immune system.
It does.
Right,
It
yeah.
does.
It's all according to what's in that bowl.
Does it prevent me from getting
That's
into
what
it?
I'm asking.
Probably not. I'll probably still get in there.
You just wish they wouldn't do it.
Yeah.
But
you wish they'd pour it out into their own little
Right,
bowl
yeah.
or cup.
Yeah.
That'd be the right way to do
Because
it.
isn't that the ultimate double dip?
It is.
Mm-hmm.
And we don't get goofy about that like we do salsa and chips and stuff like that. We seem to be okay with everybody sticking their hands
Well, I
in a
guess
big
it's
thing.
a saliva versus
It is.
your
It
hands.
is.
But people's hands,
pretty nasty.
They can be very nasty. You don't know where they've been.
No.
Tell you one thing, if somebody's just come out of the bathroom, I pay attention if they go for the candy bowl. And I know somebody says, well, they may wash their hands. Yeah, but you don't know.
I notice a lot of people leaving restaurants without washing their hands.
Yeah, I will. If everything went smoothly. Especially if I see other people over at the sink, no way I'm waiting.
Yeah.
Let's go to Christy in Jemison. Christy, go ahead.
Y'all, it is like a candy corn black cloud at my house starting October 1st because my husband loves them. I think they're unnatural, and I have decided that I'm just going to raise him with some circus peanuts now every time he brings the candy corn.
Yeah, if you look at the ultimate processed food, candy corn may be the walking dog.
Yeah, I mean,
it was created.
It's run through there several times.
There's nothing in there. You can't. Except if you think of the gelatin, that's kind of animal bones, right?
When I was little, I would stick them on my teeth, with the points down and make a face. When I was little.
Yeah, of course you did.
That surprises no one.
No. So do you go as far as you make the purchase, or are you just hoping Betty brings them in?
Betty usually brings them in.
Right.
But I mean, I've been known to grab some.
Really?
I had to, yeah.
Yeah, rolling.
If I'm just rolling through there with a cart and I see some, I might chunk them in there.
Zach in Alabama. Zach, go ahead.
That's how hungry I am.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
We're great.
Hey, on the candy corn subject, you know how y'all was talking about similar to a payday. What if you took the regular candy corn, peanuts, and combine it with the chocolate candy corn? If that would help.
I guess, I don't like a payday. So, it's hard to get me in the payday world because I do not eat payday candy bars. Never have.
Right.
Never liked
it's not my go-to either, but.
Yeah, when my little baby brother used to get them down at Taylor's Grocery, I thought, what a waste. I mean, how come he's not over getting a Snickers or a Milky Way? Oh, Three Musketeer. You don't like a payday, do you, Bubba? A candy bar?
Yeah, I do like
Over Three Musketeer and stuff? No way.
Well, it just depends if I'm in the mood for chocolate or something else. I'll eat a payday if I'm trying to do a little better. But Three Musketeers, and you've got me eating Snickers more than I've ever eaten them. So,
do you like do you agree the chocolate covered payday is nothing but a Baby Ruth?
I don't know if I've had the chocolate covered payday, but I've had the Baby Ruth before.
It's not like a Baby Ruth.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not. But
it's the same
I have
thing.
to come in here. The one thing good about the payday, chocolate or regular, is if you get the king size, it's one piece. They don't cut it in
Here
two
he
like
goes
they
with
do
this
all the
king
other
size
ones.
thing.
They don't. The other ones they've ruined them.
I know. Greg, you've made that.
Ruined it.
Are you sure? I thought I got one the other day. It was cut in half.
Not a payday. Not a king size payday.
You sure?
Incorrect.
Well, I hope you're right.
Oh, I know I'm
You
right.
might have had a Baby Ruth.
You know why I like to get the payday trick? I guess because I like candy corn and peanuts. So much.
That's
Probably
what
so.
it is.
Probably so.
They just like it.
What came first, the payday or the candy corn and peanuts? Yeah. Or as we love to call it, chicken feet or corn candy. Do you like that original name, chicken feet?
I like it better.
I do too. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Cook's Pest Control and Centricon, the unbeatable combination for termite protection. Has it dawned on all of you that fall has begun? It's right around the corner. And what was the official first day of fall? What's the official?
Last week, wasn't it?
Yeah, last Wednesday. It was last Wednesday, wasn't it? Somebody writing
I
his
saw
copy.
a few leaves laying around.
It was September 21st.
Somebody writing his copy was not aware that it was
They
last
weren't,
Wednesday.
Rick. They were
not.
like it was about to happen.
Yeah, they act like it's tomorrow, but it was actually last Wednesday. Maybe we can update our copy a little bit. But let me tell you this: if you don't want nesting critters taking up the residence where you live or work, hey, they will. Hey, it starts to get a little colder. Guess what? Gotta find me some shelter. Gotta find me some shelter. And they'll come into your place and want some shelter there. But not if you're like us and you battle them with Cook's Pest Control. Cook's Pest Control and Centricon, the unbeatable combination for termites, but also Cook's Pest Control, the unbeatable team on anything that is trying to take up residence in your home or where you work. So why don't you put them to work for you? Contractors, even new home construction, they can help you with that. They can give you an evaluation of that. And when you get an evaluation, Bubba, there's no obligation to use them. But you know what? Just like you were talking about, I know that that you should, because I know that you sing like the rest of us from the bottom of your diaphragm. You lift it up and say, "Looky, looky, looky! Here comes Cookie, Cook's Pest Control." So, what are you cutting up about over there?
Just his text. You got it. Yeah, it's worth reading
okay.
No,
Here we go.
that's not for air. It's just a little something for you.
Oh, that's good. What was the song?
Seeing Stars.
Yeah, and what did they say?
The things that kill me make me feel so alive.
You're right. By the way, let's see. Adler will be doing this. Adler, you don't do a carpool thing, do you? The Little Sweet Ruby, so you're not carpooling yet.
Oh,
you are carpooling? You're not. Okay. Helms, you're the only carpooler we got now. And I lived the life of the carpooler. Remember, I was asleep one time in the line, and I guess no one worried whether
It's
I was
gotten
alive
easier
or
on
not.
me. I'm thankful for the way this year's turned out.
Then remember when our family used to have the big van, and I would park it and hold meetings, and it was like an office and all that kind of stuff. Because I was trying to get up there so we get out of there. Is this pretty common? The United Kingdom, there's a school in the United Kingdom. They're banning parents from wearing pajamas when dropping their kids off in the morning.
Well, they actually had to walk them in, and so evidently some moms have been getting a little risky with their choices.
Risque.
Like, risque,
Yeah.
and or risky,
got a
depending
teddy
on the
on.
dads that are there.
Well, if Urban Meyer's
right. Unfortunately, some of them's been wearing not like teddy bear nightgowns.
kidding me?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, so they
Garter belt.
I don't think this was put out
school
because
is
of pajama pants and a T-shirt. I think it was more of the gowns that they're wearing.
I picture the Walmart people in their pajama pants.
Yeah.
So they
even big puffy house shoes.
Yeah.
I've seen that.
So they had to they were walking them in.
So they get to a certain point and they had to walk them in. So they park, get out, walk them in, and then go back to their cars.
Right, and they're saying
And I think they had to walk to a certain point in the school, on the school grounds, and that's where you're getting some of this. And you can't just say, I guess they won't just call out the women in the nightgowns, so they've said no pajamas at all.
Yeah, let's face it. Your parents. One of the things that's great about being a parent is embarrassing your children.
Yeah.
But I don't think anybody wants their mama to be walking in with something that like.
Is that what we're talking about?
No, that's in the story I read. It's talking about there was actually it gave the reference of one in a teddy bear nightgown.
How about that?
Yeah.
Just as a teddy, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. And
so what they're saying is they don't want the drop off line in front of the school to look like the Playboy Mansion. So
exactly. that is correct.
Like Victoria's Secret.
Right. And they did say those the boys who had just gone through puberty kept falling back to their cars.
Yeah, I started
Rick, and for
saying.
some reason, Urban Meyer's applied for the coaching job.
So he did.
Urban.
He said he wants to go back to high school coach.
Yeah, right. But I see. This is one of those things we forget about. Every job has its pros and its cons. There's no perfect one. This is pretty close though. But the fact that we are removed completely from morning life at our houses.
Yeah.
And Sherry talks about that a lot. She says, I talk to other wives sometimes, and I realize they actually see their husbands And you know, and like they'll have
Before
breakfast,
they go to work.
before they go to work, all this kind of stuff. She goes, and I've never experienced that. And you know, getting the kids to school, you know, we were never involved in that. You know, except for a day off or something like that. You know, and you're home and you try to, if you're ever off on the time the kids are going to school, you do that and help out a little bit. But that I could see how people would just say, look, if you don't have to get out, just get in the car, get the kids in the car, and drive them. And
Well,
let
you
them
know,
out.
and you know, some moms are not wanting to get ready. They just want to,
Mhm.
you know, get the kids to school and go back and have time and you know do what they need to do.
You know, I forgot about the pick up your
Well,
kid.
you know, it takes a little longer to get ready. You can't get ready with the kids in the bathroom.
No.
I mean, you can put some pants on and a shirt.
Probably could. You
I mean,
could.
you could
A
probably
baseball cap.
You
Yeah.
go that far with it. I think.
But I
bet there's a
I
pair of
forgot all
jeans
about that
within
world.
reach.
What day was it? It was last Thursday. Last Thursday, I had to go run an errand in the afternoon. I was actually going to pick up some steaks at the butcher shop, and you know, I see now I don't have to deal with that world at all as an empty nester, and I forgot all about it, and I rocked. We have a road over by the house. We have a road over by the house that like it doesn't involve just one school. It involves many schools. Where my house is located, I got schools every direction you go.
Yeah.
And so I'd forgotten about the afternoon pickup, and I just thought I had my music going, thought I was really gonna make some time, and then brake lights started coming on, and I realized I was like, oh man, I'm trapped in the. I looked at my clock, and it was like 3:05.
Yeah.
And I'm like, hey, buddy, and I forgot about that world. That world, you're out there, and you're looking at your clock, going, I got to go over and get in line.
I know.
Oh man, how about when your kids first started driving to school? You were like, thank the Lord.
I know. Those
that pickup drop off world, you know, and you got some people in there pretty militant about it.
Oh yeah, you better obey the rules.
My favorite, I think, and I know this was a story we told a long time ago, but I bring it up to young Broderick a lot because it was him. So I'm in the carpool line for pickup, and I think he was in junior high. Okay. And you know how this is one of those parenting moments that's just a blast. It's just so much fun. So he's coming to the car, and so the principal of the junior high comes by my truck, and he said, "Hey, when yours gets into truck day, you need to talk to him about how to behave in the lunchroom." Done. Yes, sir.
I remember this.
You know, it's so he's out there directing all the carpool. The principal is. So he's still on the parking lot.
Yeah.
So young Broderick pulls up beside that, and I said, so Mr. So-and-so just told me I need to talk to you about behavior in the lunchroom. You got any idea what he's talking about? No, sir. I said, nope, no clue. No, sir. I said, well, I'll tell you what, I'm not going to let that stand. There ain't going to be anybody talking about my boy and saying things about my son that are not true. I'm about to get out of this truck right now. I'm going to go over and have a word with Mr. So-and-so. And I'll tell you what, I'm going to sit him straight because he's lost his mind walking around this parking lot saying things about my son. And then all of a sudden, that little hand came with Dad, whoa.
Hang on, I suddenly have a memory.
I said, I'm going right now. Well, now, Dad, he might have been talking about yesterday. Oh, well, maybe so. Maybe since this is the first time I've seen him. So, yeah, well, I just thought you were talking about today. Oh, so you kind of have an idea what he's talking about. Well, I mean, if you're talking about yesterday. Well, that's probably what he's talking about. What happened yesterday?
Anytime.
Come to find out, they got to throwing food at each other and all that, and he actually had done something that he got in trouble for. But don't you love to know that you're in the position that you can now have some fun to pull the famous. Well, I'll tell you what, we'll get to the bottom of this. I'll roll out there to Mr. So-and-so and set him straight right now. Dad, hold up. You may be talking about yesterday. Yeah, I bet maybe that's it, since it's the first time he's seen me. I know a lot of you out there, whenever somebody, a teacher or a principal, accuses you, sweetie pie, honey bunch of something, and all of you all think that person's wrong and your kid's right, you're an idiot.
Yeah.
How about this? 9 out of 10 times it's on your kid.
Yeah.
And in the rarest of occasions, I always take the side of the person.
Yeah, I do too.
You know, and like I said, I'm not talking about criminal things, but just talking too much or misbehaving. This thing of running into school, always thinking that your kid, who's got a lot of growing up to do, is somehow a victim of the dangerous teachers and principals here that are trying to keep order. Most times, it's probably that your kid probably is wrong,
especially these days because they do give a ton of grace. They have to.
Yeah.
Oh,
so if you're getting called today, they probably are doing something.
Yeah, most times, not every time. There's certainly an exception every now and then, but it's this thing of every time. Because one of the things we always say, if you'll run some figures, does it seem that every teacher your kid has is always against him or her? Every principal is always against him or her. Every coach won't play them or is always against him or her. If you notice that your kid every time is placed in the authority of someone else, and that person always thinks your kid's misbehaving, at some point it's probably your kid.
Yeah.
There can't be that many unfair people out there.
No.
that by the way, are
Luck
out,
of the draw.
that are out to get your kid.
Yeah.
Could be you.
Could be. 15 minutes to the top of the hour. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. We'll come back. We'll take your phone calls. We'll find out what's on your mind as we wrap the hour up and look at anything we may have left on the table that we think is of interest.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
10 minutes now to the top of the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
All right, so we'll get to some of your phone calls to wrap up the hour. There's lines available, but first we got to watch this video and listen to it. So this is a drone show. It's a Chinese drone show that goes bad. Bubba, the drones, we're up here, man, we're showing what the drones can do. And unfortunately, we know how good internet is in China. Well, it may be for the government, but not so much for everybody else. And something goes bad with the internet or something, and drones begin to fall out of the sky. So here's look, Bubba. I mean, they're just coming down. Everybody's looking at the drones, and they just start falling. They're making them look like stars in the sky. Mm-hmm. And now, as each one goes out, drones are now falling out of the sky onto the crowd. Do you hear them falling?
Yeah, I saw it hit the car.
Yeah. Look, here they all come. I mean, they're coming down. Drones are falling out of the sky.
There's a bunch of them up there. Do we have any more of them hitting the ground? 'Cause the biggest group of them hadn't even come down
Oh,
yet.
my goodness. So
that was good.
They think it was some sort of internet outage, and then down came the drones. And, buddy, how many do you think were up in the sky?
Rick, it looked like there had to be,
they were
50, 60 more. I don't know, maybe 80.
And
they are
did
falling
you
out
hear
left
everybody's
and-
like, what about when you're the first person to say, hey, wow, this is problematic. Where's Fauci when you need him? Problematic. By the way, did you notice we have the story today that now Fauci is clarifying that he didn't say that everybody couldn't get together for Christmas?
I mean, he said that yesterday. He said it's too early. We don't know. We're just focused on what's in front of us today, and then we'll decide.
Mm-hmm, right.
And then he got such pushback on it. He changed that 180 yesterday.
Yeah, now he's saying, hey, I'm going to be with my family. It's problematic. So, to the phones we go. Corey out of the great state of Alabama. Hey, Corey, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you today?
Doing good, fellas. Your outspoken beliefs in Christianity, and I'm a Christian as well. I just wanted to ask, you were talking about, fall being here. With Halloween coming up and a lot of horror movies coming out in the theater, do you believe that there's spiritual implications to those movies, or do you think it's just another genre of entertainment?
Well, I mean, let's. It's all according to, if you look at the world through a biblical perspective, what do you see the Bible telling you over and over again? That spiritual warfare is real, and that there are forces that are not human, and that they are real, and there are demonic forces that are everywhere. And to be careful what you associate with, and be careful, don't become an evil daredevil, because these things are real. And I've seen some things throughout my life that were terrifying in the spiritual realm. Now, I don't look for it around every corner because I don't live in fear of it, because I know that I belong to the Lord. But at the same time, you can still find yourself in these battles. I kind of look at this horror stuff as at 57, and this has kind of been our family's view for many years through the sanctification process and Halloween and all that, is almost the way somebody said, look, when it comes to drinking alcohol, do I believe that, the Scripture says you should abstain from alcohol completely? I think it'd be hard to make that case. However, there's one way to know that I would never be in sin with it, and that's not to do it at all. There is no fear of drunkenness, because drunkenness is a sin if I don't participate in it at all. And I'm not saying that's what people should do, and you're less a Christian if you don't. But I'm just talking about just the logic of it. So we tried to do the balance of, do I think a person with a kid dressed as Buzz Lightyear to go get candy from people that they know is that evil? I don't. But I do know that Halloween and these horror pictures get more and more wicked as we go, and it just gets more and more dark. Our family does not participate in Halloween. We haven't for a long, long time. And we don't, and I personally don't. Now, my adult children can make their own choices, but I personally don't watch horror movies. I've never really liked them. I've always, I think I had a healthy spiritual fear of evil when I was young, and I never were drawn to these things. Have I ever watched a horror movie? I have when I was younger, just with friends and stuff like that. But as time went on and I started understanding spiritual warfare more and more and the seriousness of it, I decided to just not participate in it at all.
Yeah, I liked horror films when I was younger. I've kind of grown out of it. I think, like you have, Rick, I'm not a big fan of them anymore. And we had Halloween was always a very fun time in our neighborhood when I was growing up. We had a big cookout, and everybody trick-or-treated. And, it wasn't even the horror part of it never really was even a factor. So we continued some of that with our kids. We never had the real gory costumes and all that, and we tried to go and eat with friends or cook out or something. So we tried to make it a family thing just to have fun with it. But, some people get into it way too much. That's kind of why we stopped the Halloween issue here on the show.
Yeah.
We had some people really getting into it too much, and I said, this is going off the trail here a little bit.
Well, the 13 Working Days of Horror started out to be like Bubba said, when you're in your neighborhood and you're sitting around the fire or something, and the more you tried to one up, well, how do we do another story, man? I realized that scripturally it was wrong, especially sending people into areas of spiritual warfare that either were not of the faith or were very, very young in the faith. And then, like Bubba said, then listeners started, trying to do these things, and who knows the spiritual condition of them, and we felt like it was very irresponsible, and it really wasn't worth the laugh and the fun, because there was something much bigger in play, and there were some things that happened to the guys that were of the spiritual realm, and it certainly was wicked and not good. There are no angels that don't tell you who they are. There are no good spirits who hang around like your sweet old grandmama who died. These are demons pretending to be like that. If you think that you're encountering any of that, and it just gets like, man, I don't know about y'all. If you ever walked into one of these Halloween stores, man, there's just a spiritual oppression in there. I mean, these costumes and stuff, and dressing your children as witches and monsters and serial killers. When I say that, doesn't that sound wrong? Doesn't that seem to you like, man, that's probably not the thing to do? Now, look, you want to go dress as, like I said, Buzz Lightyear or Woody from Toy Story, and or you want to put a little princess outfit on, and you want to go to a fall festival and get some candy or go see your neighbors that you know. But the problem is neighbors start dressing their houses up like they're places of darkness and stuff like that. There's just a darkness involved in Halloween that, frankly, spiritually, we just grew more and more uncomfortable with, and trying to balance it just wasn't worth it. Now, I'm not saying that everybody who takes that doesn't agree with that is wrong. I'm just saying for us, it just I will say this. When we tried to do Halloween, there were things that happened I regret. I've never regretted not doing it. And our kids have never felt like they missed out on anything. Because we explained why we were doing it.
Yep.
And we looked at it as
that's the beauty of it. Everybody has to kind of make their own
decision
decision on where that is, and hopefully wisely.
Well, I will say, though, if you're a follower of Christ, some of this stuff is not hey, that's your own opinion. We are not to be tampering around with witches and evil spirits and serial killers, and that is forbidden. That there's no I'm okay with it. It doesn't matter. That's a no. And if you can't, get away from those things, my suggestion would be don't participate at all. And I don't think that's legalistic as long as it comes from a place of obedience. And consecrating yourself and staying away from things that aren't holy. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, thank you for watching Rick and Bubba live on our YouTube channel. We're here live every Monday through Friday.
Be sure to subscribe and hit the little bell for notifications.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Oh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and